Some people fear the dark. I fear the day we forget how our ancestors made friends with fire and turned a dangerous flicker into family. I'm your bedtime historian, and tonight you'll sit beside that first blaze and wonder why anyone would trade raw marrow for smoke and burns. Warm fir sparks dancing up a cave's rough wall, a smell of half-cooked meat still clinging to your hair. Why risk blistered hands when a cold root would do? How did one accidental flame rewrite every clan's bedtime? And why can't scholars stop bickering about when exactly these early pyromaniacs struck the first spark on purpose? If the thought of cavemen squabbling over embers tickles your tired brain, maybe let that sleepy thumb find the like and subscribe buttons. Trust me, there are stranger flames to fan in the middle of the night. There's room by the hearth for your thoughts, too. Drop your favorite midnight snack below. Who knows? Maybe it's older than fire. Now dim, the lights settle on your side and come closer to the warmth as we slip into the very first feast by firelight. You squat low beside the ancient hearth, the brittle sticks and dry moss hissing as they catch. There's no match in your pocket, no lighter in your bag, just the smell of singed hair and the clumsy friction of stone on stone. You can almost feel the heartbeat of the clan, a low, anxious drum behind your ribs as the first flames sputter to life. It's easy to imagine your knuckles scraped raw from feeding that little fire. Some historians argue early humans mastered fire over 1 million years ago, long before the stories we tell about Prometheus stealing it from the gods. They find scorched bones buried in caves that whisper of slow, patient roasting sessions where half-cooked haunches turn disease-riddled meat into something closer to safe. Yet not everyone agrees. Some researchers claim those charred remains could be wildfire accidents, that the oldest hearths might have been stumbled upon, not tamed. And so, the first firelight feast flickers in the scholarly dark part, truth part, guess all warmth. You glance at the rough cuts of meat the clan lays over the glowing embers. There's no iron spit, no brass pot bubbling with stew, just cracked sticks propping up greasy slabs that hiss and pop, the fat dripping into the ash. Somewhere behind you, a child coughs on the smoke, rubbing teary eyes on a soot-smudged sleeve. You wonder what courage it took to bring flame inside the cave. The outside world was cold wet, filled with hungry eyes that gleamed just beyond the reach of this fragile circle of light. To build a fire indoors was to risk suffocation burns, or a blaze that might swallow your only home. But to not build it meant darkness, frostbite, and the gnawing ache of raw flesh that rotted your teeth and your gut. A man older than the rest lines carved deep into his brow leans in to turn the meat with a charred stick. His hands hover dangerously close, trembling from age or the thrill of playing with something that could kill. He doesn't flinch when a spark catches the fur at his wrist. He just pats it out with a grunt and keeps working. In that moment, you see it, the trade-off of warmth for risk of cooked calories for scorched hair. They gather closer. Voices hush. The fire snaps and pops like a secret language only the clan understands. This hush is not fear, it's reverence. A soft faith that the coals won't betray them tonight. You lean into face-flushed soot on your cheeks, trying not to breathe in too deeply as the smoke curls around your nose. A young woman tosses dried roots onto the coals. They shrivel and crisp, releasing a bitter, nutty scent that mingles with the greasy sweetness of sizzling marrow. There's no recipe, just guesswork, trial, and error. Someone once threw in the wrong bark and poisoned half the clan, or so the elders mutter when the children ask too many questions. Not all bites are equal. The choicest bits, fatty liver, marrow-rich bone, go to the oldest or the most skilled hunters. Little ones nibble on burnt scraps or wait for bones to gnaw clean. You catch a sly barter in the corner. A boy swaps a fistful of berries for a sliver of charred meat. No coins, no paper bills, just warm food, traded for whatever else might fill a belly tomorrow. Above the flicker, the cave walls catch shadows that dance like ancient puppets. Some shapes look like monsters, others like rival clans crouched just out of sight. Maybe that's where the first bedtime stories were born, a whispered warning to keep the flames fed, or else the dark things come closer. Some archaeologists still wonder if this is where myth began, half hunger, half flickering fear. You lean back, let the warmth lick your skin, and watch a small stone circle around the hearth glow red with heat. Charcoal embers crackle like hidden insects, the smell sharp and metallic. You rub your cold feet closer to the warmth, feeling how this small ring of fire transforms damp cave walls into something that almost feels like home. Outside, the wind howls through trees that never learned how to be gentle. A predator snarls at the cave mouth, its eyes catching the reflection of your tiny fire, hesitating just long enough for you to rest, half trusting that the flames will stand guard while you drift. They won't burn forever. Sparks fade. Logs turn to embers, embers to ash. But tonight, this first firelight feast promises that maybe, just maybe, tomorrow's hunt won't end with frozen fingers and raw meat. Maybe the clan will stay warm enough to dream a little longer. And you, half asleep, sit in this flickering circle, feeling how your ancestors once traded fear for warmth and raw danger for cooked hope. Some scholars insist that's how we became human at all. Others claim we're still too close to the beasts that prowl beyond the firelight. Somewhere between the crackle of embers and the hush of snoring kin, you decide for yourself. Understood. Here's section 2, written precisely to align with your outline narrative voice and pacing requirements with a tighter focus for 1-200 words. A fresh edge catches your eye, a spark of flint against flint, a shard brighter than any flame. It's not fire this time, but stone on stone chipping away at a future one scrape at a time. They sit in a rough circle, just beyond last night's dying coal's sun, creeping into the mouth of the cave. The old fire smolders behind them, but their attention is all on a single pair of hands, thick-knuckled, scarred, steady. You settle in the dirt nearby, trying not to cough as flakes of flint dust drift on the morning air. This man, maybe a father, maybe just the best at what he does, balances a rough block of rock on his thigh. He pinches the edge with one hand and brings down a hammerstone with the other. The crack is sharp enough to echo. A flake jumps free. He turns the stone. Another strike, another flake. Each piece sharper than your fingernails, deadlier than a bare fist. Historians argue whether language shaped tools or tools shaped language. Some say our ancestors first learned to speak so they could gossip about who broke whose blade, who traded for the finest chert, who wasted good stone on sloppy work. Others think the words came later, after the gossip was already there, buzzing like flies around the fresh kill. You hear it now, low murmurs drifting around the flint knapper's rhythm. A pair of women lean in close heads together, like gossiping crows. They whisper about last night's meet, about a boy who wandered too close to the rival clan's hunting grounds, about who brought back the best roots from the far slope. The words slide under the chipping noise, a second rhythm softer, but just as sharp. A younger man tries his hand at shaping his own blade. His strikes come too fast, too hard. Bits of stone splinter uselessly into the dirt. He mutters a curse that's little more than a hiss, earning a bark of laughter from the older napper. There's no school here, no written manual, just mistakes, bruised fingers, and sideways glances to see who's watching. It's strange to think how much rides on these tiny edges. A good blade means more meat, better skins, safer nights. A bad one means wasted time, wounded hands, a hunt that fails. And yet even the best tool needs talk to carry its weight. Without gossip, nobody knows which hunter's boasting is worth your trust, or who sneaks off to trade secrets with a stranger behind the trees. A thin girl flicks her eyes from the stonework to the gossip circle. She barely moves her lips as she tests out new words, maybe a joke, maybe a rumor, practicing how to be part of the hush. Her fingers pick at the dirt tracing shapes she'll forget by dusk, but remember when the gossip comes calling. A crow hops closer, pecking at a leftover scrap of marrow bone. Its caw cuts through the human chatter, like an insult, mocking shrill, reminding everyone how quickly good tools and good talk can vanish in the claws of something quicker. Some researchers claim our first true sentences were warnings, whispers of who stole whose flint, who slipped poison berries into someone's pouch, who failed to watch the fire and let it die in the night. They say gossip was a clan's invisible net, catching every slip, binding every mouth in fear of becoming tomorrow's story. You lean closer, the napper's strikes ringing in your ears. Another flake falls. He runs a thumb along the fresh edge, tests its bite on a strip of sinew. Satisfied, he nods to the young man who watches the cut with wide eyes, half envy, half hope that someday he'll be the one showing off a blade so clean it slices through rumor as easily as hide. There's warmth here too softer than the fire, older than any flame, an understanding that survival isn't just a sharp tool, but a sharper tongue. You see it in the stolen glances, the bitten lips, the way someone leans in a little too close to share a secret about a cousin's mistake or a rival's stolen meat. And when the gossip drifts too far, laughter spills out, a bark, a giggle, a grunt that reminds you this is how clans stay whole. Blades get dull. Fires burn out. But gossip flares up again and again, sharper, each time whittling away lies, until only a story worth sharing survives. As you sit there cross-legged in the dust, you can almost hear the echo of every whispered scandal that shaped a hunt, a meal, a night by the fire. A few words here, a glance there, nothing carved in stone except the stone itself. Brittle proof that while hands made tools, voices made everything else. A sharp edge in one hand, a sharper tongue in the other. That's how you learn to stay warm when the fire burns low. The first light of dawn creeps across the cave floor, like a cautious guest, and you rise with it, bones stiff, from sleeping too close to stone nose, still tinged with the smoke of last night's fire. Outside, the air is sharper than any flint blade, cool enough to wake every sense that the embers left half dreaming. You follow the gatherers out into the chill feet, pressing mud into yesterday's footprints. They move slow, at first eyes, half-open breath, drifting in pale clouds above berry baskets and rough woven slings. These aren't hunters with spears and swagger. These are the clan's quiet gleaners, mostly women, the older children, the few who know which leaf means soup and which means burial. No one shouts. Even the gossip here is softer, folded between cold fingers and the brush of rough furs against knees. The path bends through low brambles, where last season's berries hide under frost-bitten leaves. Fingers brush the ground, lift a leaf, test the color of a root before pulling it free. Every tug is a tiny gamble sustenance or sickness. Botanists today still puzzle over how these early foragers managed not to poison themselves every other dawn. Some say instinct guided them. Others claim taste testers did the dangerous work. You watch one now, an older woman with hair streaked white, chewing the edge of a bulb before spitting the pulp onto the ground. Her lips purse. A nod means safe enough. She passes it on to a young boy who snaps it in two, with a grin, seeds spilling onto the frost. They giggle at the sharp, bitter tang proof that this morning their bellies might stay quiet till dusk. A shrike's cry echoes through the underbrush. Somewhere behind you, another gatherer hums a tune older than words. It's a lullaby for plants, a soft bribe to the earth to yield a root here, a sprig there. You kneel beside a low bush and see the clever trick how the clan marks certain spots with bent twigs or small piles of stones. A secret breadcrumb trail no rival clan should read. Sometimes a root is more than food. A twist of wild garlic keeps sickness away. A smear of crushed berry stains a child's lips, masking the taste of less welcome herbs. A wrong guess might mean a night of cramps or worse. Scholars still argue if these early gatherers passed down their knowledge by chance, or by watching closely enough to remember which leaves never found their way into the stew. Your fingertips brush the damp ground. Cold seeps through your nails. You find a cluster of mushrooms tucked behind a fallen log, half hidden under moss. There's no certainty here, just a sniff. A tiny scrape the older girl beside you, giving a careful shake of her head. Not that one. Not today. Maybe never. Nearby, a boy pokes a stick into an anthill, daring a trail of insects to scatter his thoughts. He laughs when the ants climb his wrist, and his mother swats them away, with a muttered curse louder than the dawn birds. Even here, where roots feed the belly, a bit of mischief feeds the mind. A woven basket tips over. Small tubers roll into the mud, some lost to the underbrush. The old woman sighs, adjusts the strap on her back, and keeps moving. No one has time to mourn a handful of missed bites. There are more roots underfoot, more secrets buried shallow, waiting for a patient nose and quick fingers. Overhead, the sun slips higher, pushing warmth through the crisp air. The group bends and rises, bends and rises, a soft dance older than language. Some researchers believe it's this daily forage that shaped early clan paths. Small migrations, half-remembered routes from winter to spring and back again. Every hidden patch of edible green mapped in the mind like veins in a leaf. A girl offers you a handful of bitter berries, her grin missing 2 teeth. You chew them slowly, seeds crunching between molars, the tang sour enough to twist your tongue. There's no sugar here, no sweetness beside survival's small mercy. The taste lingers on your lips, like a dare to stay alive till tomorrow's dawn. Farther ahead, someone calls out a sharp note in the quiet. A cluster of tubers, big enough to share, big enough to hush the clan's growling bellies for a night or two more. They gather around squat, low fingers, scraping cold dirt, voices low, but rising when a bigger root breaks free. Even the forest seems to sigh, giving up secrets one clawed handful at a time. There's no feast waiting back in the cave. No fat haunch of hunted meat tonight if the hunt fails. But these roots, these berries, these leaves, they dare to taste. This is the quiet thread that ties the clan together when spears come back empty. Some scholars argue that foraging fed the clan more often than the spear ever did. As the baskets fill and the sun climbs, you feel the hush shift. A few quiet jokes, a tug on a braid, a playful shove that leaves a smear of mud on a fur sleeve. Even here, under the forest's watchful hush, there's space for laughter. For stories traded under breath about whose hands plucked the sweetest berries or who dared the boldest taste. By the time you turn back toward the cave, your palms are stained green and brown nails rimmed with dirt. The older woman leans on her walking stick basket, thumping gently against her hip. She doesn't speak, but her eyes flick to yours, a silent reminder that every root matters, every bite keeps the embers burning when the fire seems too small to hold back the cold. You follow the winding path home, the sun now warm enough to melt the frost from your shoulders. Footsteps overlap. Footsteps, old prints swallowed by new ones. The forest closes in behind you, roots hidden against secrets, tucked back under fallen leaves, waiting for another dawn, another risk, another taste. And if you listen closely as you walk, you might swear you hear the earth itself whisper, "Careful, careful. Some secrets are worth the gamble." The footprints are the first thing you notice, mud pressed into hardened trails that snake from the forest's edge to the cave's mouth like a soft map only the clan can read. You place your feet carefully, one after the other, feeling the faint gov of damp earth under your heels. It's a quiet trail, winding through brush that parts just enough to let you pass, but keeps its secrets close. These muddy tracks tell more than just where the gatherers walked. They're signs of trade whispers of strangers who once traced these same paths under different moons. Every footprint is an echo of someone who carried flint in a woven pouch or a bone needle tucked under furs. Archaeologists still puzzle over just how far these ancient trails reached, whether they linked one lonely clan to another hundreds of miles away, or just looped back home again. You pause at a fork where the footprints split one path, stamped deeper, newer the other, faded into the undergrowth. A boy squats nearby, running his finger along the edge of a heel mark, measuring it against his own foot. He's not guessing for fun. A bigger print might mean a trader with tools worth swapping, or a stranger who should be watched from the shadows. A gentle breeze rattles the branches overhead, shaking free a shower of last season's dry leaves. They settle over the footprints, half hiding them, until another passing foot presses them down again. Nothing stays secret for long when the ground itself keeps the clan's stories. Behind you, the rest of the forage party drifts back in loose clusters, baskets heavy with roots, shoulders, bent under the soft weight of survival. They tread the same steps you do, weaving old and new prints into one tangled sketch that might outlast any spoken tale. Not all footsteps lead home. Some fade into thicker woods, where rival clans watch and wait. Others slip down hidden gullies to secret spots by the river, where fish bones and scraps of charred bark hint at quiet meetings under moonlight. Historians argue over how often clans traded mates or tools or stolen secrets in these in-between spaces, places too close to home for war, too far for trust. Your own path bends left, with the main trail skirting a patch of churned-up earth where last season's trade ended badly. A bent spear lies half buried in the mud, its haft rotted its story, swallowed by rain and time. The boy who found it shrugs, tosses it aside, and steps over the memory like it's just another root. A hush settles as you near the cave, mouth shadow, swallowing light cold air, pressing against your cheeks, where the forest's warmth used to cling. You see the tracks clearer here, packed tight by countless feet, each layer stamping out the one before. It's a soft promise that tomorrow, more prints will join the dance gatherers, hunters, strangers, with bright stones to swap for furs, children chasing one another's heels. Inside the cave, the air changes again. Smoke ghosts swirl from last night's coals, mingling with the damp earth smell that never leaves these walls. Footprints fade, here swallowed by the rock floor, but the paths they mark linger in the hush of voices, trading gossip by the embers. Who went where? Who met whom? Who brought back something too shiny to have come from the nearby creek? A woman drops her basket by the fire, shaking mud from her calves. The child beside her points at a fresh print by the entrance, a wide heel deeper than the rest, too big for any of the clan's men. A quiet murmur ripples through the circle. Someone else has walked their trail. Someone new, or someone old, come back under a different name. You crouch by the fire's edge, tracing a finger through ash that still holds the shape of last night's logs. Outside, the wind rattles the leaves again, but you know the real paths run deeper, under the soil, mapped in silent footprints, leading away from the cave to hidden glades and secret fires. Some researchers believe these trails were the first real roads, soft corridors that join not just people, but ideas, tricks, small comforts carried from cave to cave like whispered stories. Others claim these so-called trade routes were nothing more than hunting tracks, widened by countless feet paths of least resistance through a tangled world that cared little for human plans. You lean your head back, eyes catching the flicker of torchlight dancing on the cave's rough ceiling. Somewhere out there, more footprints form, even now, pressing into soft, mud-skirting rival territory, drifting through forests thick with secrets. Maybe they'll lead to new routes, new stones, or a stranger waiting with a toothy grin and a pouch of shells from a distant shore. A soft laugh breaks the hush. Two boys slap each other's shoulders, wiping mud on each other's arms, smearing the day's journey into skin that will carry the story back to their dreams. A girl drags a stick through a patch of ash, sketching her own tiny trail that curls and loops before she scatters it with a swipe of her palm. You watch as the clan settles muddy feet tucked under warm furs baskets, unloaded gossip drifting like smoke into the upper shadows. Outside, the footprints wait. Some will vanish in the night's rain. Others will harden into faint ghosts by dawn. All of them whisper the same soft promise. There's always another path to follow, another trade, to make another secret to leave behind for someone half awake to find. You shift closer to the fire, feeling the last cold bite of the forest ease from your toes. Footprints, paths, trails that wander through history's hush. They lead you here home for now, until the next step. The cave seems ordinary enough from the outside, a mouth of stone yawning wide under a bluff of moss and dripping roots. But slip inside, past the hearth's flickering shadows, and you'll find a secret hidden just inches beyond the warmth walls, alive with color. Not the bright splash of modern paint, but the stubborn reds and deep ochres pressed from earth blood, crushed stones, shades that cling to rock like whispers frozen in place. You crouch low to see better. Fingers brush the gritty wall, tracing a line of handprints scattered like fallen leaves. Each print is roughly the same size. Broad palms, stubby fingers, some missing tips, as if bitten by frost or sharpened by clumsy blades. Archaeologists stand here too, centuries later, lanterns flickering, as they argue whether these marks were messages, prayers, or just idle play. A young girl sits cross-legged near your feet, grinding a chunk of ochre with a flat stone. Dust reddens her knuckles, streaks her cheeks. She dips a crude brushmore twig, then tool, into the gritty paste and dabs at the wall. Her print joins the others, half overlapping an older palm, both caught forever in the dim torchlight. No one scolds her for wasting time. In this chamber, marks matter. They carry meaning, even if no two elders agree on exactly what. Scholars still debate were these clan signatures, signposts, to say we were here, we belong, this is ours, or charms to ward off whatever nightmares stalk the dark. Some argue they're the oldest form of code, a proto-language of fingers and palms tracing a clan's history, where words had yet to stick. The girl smears another line, a crude figure with a fat belly and stick legs. Someone snorts behind her, half laughing. He tries his own mark, a spiral that curls awkwardly under a rough drawing of a bison. The torch flickers. The shadows swallow half the scene. For a moment, it looks alive, a herd shifting under your gaze, ghosts running for safety just beyond reach. Nearby, a young man grinds charcoal into a stubby lump. He blows the dust from his hands and leans in to draw a line of dots along the chamber's edge. His breath leaves a mist on the stone that fades as quickly as the conversation about what the dots mean. A count of kills. A measure of days. No one can say for sure. Yet every dot feels deliberate, a soft anchor, pinning the clan to this hidden room when the world outside roars with uncertainty. A hush settles as more hands press to the walls, young old cracked with cold, slick with sweat. Each mark overlaps another layers of stories buried in color and grit. Outside, the wind howls at the cave mouth. Inside, you feel the hush take shape, a promise that in this chamber, the clan keeps its secrets and tells them all at once. Your own palm itches to leave a mark, some sign that you were here too, crouched beside a flickering torch heart, pounding with the thought that these smudges might outlive every whispered tale by the hearth. But you pull your hand back, soot under your nails, and just watch instead. There's no ceremony here, no droning chant. The marks appear in bursts, a flurry of giggles as a boy smears his forearm up the wall, a hiss of scolding when he drags a finger through another's print. Yet the elders watch too, nodding once in a while, trading knowing glances that say this means something even if we don't agree what. Some researchers claim these markings were the first steps toward maps paths traced in ochre to show safe hunting trails or hidden water. Others insist they were magic protective charms to bind the spirits that drift too close when the fire dies low. Still others say it's simple vanity, early humans scratching out "remember me" in the only ink they owned. The fire sputters behind you, casting fresh shapes onto the painted walls. A figure appears, a long, horned beast that seems to lower its head when the flame dances just right. A girl taps the horns with her brush, adding tiny strokes that curl into spirals. She steps back, squints, grins at the new twist. Someone jokes that the beast is hers now, a guardian for the hidden marks that no rival clan should ever see. One corner of the chamber stays dark, untouched by paint or torchlight. A boy shuffles too close and earns a sharp hush. That space is not for marks, not for hands. Maybe it holds something older, a burial niche, a spirit's doorway, a place where stories end instead of begin. Nobody explains. Nobody has to. The darkness does the work. As the night drags on, the chatter softens into humming. Fingers smear fresh prints. Tiny sticks snap as brushes give out, replaced by fingertips, dip directly into the gritty paste. Smudges drip. Palm shapes blur at the edges. Tomorrow, the fire's smoke will stain them darker, but they'll stay hints of the clan's pulse pressed into rock. Somewhere in the hush, a mother pulls her child close, lifting the toddler's palm to the wall. She presses it there twice, then kisses the tiny hand clean again. The print stays behind half the size of the others, a fragile promise that small hands become big ones, and the marks carry on long after the voices fade. You feel the cold stone through your knees, smell the sharp tang of wet clay, hear the faint hiss of a dying torch as the clan files out one by one. The last marks glisten wet under the flicker, waiting to dry to harden, to whisper the same riddle to whoever stumbles inside long after these walls forget the warmth of living breath. Outside the hidden chamber, the clan drifts back to the hearth, voices rising with gossip and half-finished stories about what the marks really mean. You stand at the entrance one last moment, peering back into the painted hush, wondering which mark will outlast the rest, and if any scholar centuries from now will ever get the answer right. In the end, maybe that's the point. Some secrets cling best when they're smeared in ash and ochre, half hidden in a cave no map dares to name. You settle into the circle of firs just beyond the painted chamber, the last glow of torchlight flickering behind you like a memory still drying on stone. Around you, the clan drifts into its nighttime hush shapes, bundled close on rough pelts, shoulders pressed together in a makeshift nest of warmth and breath and muffled whispers. The fire's dying embers paint a faint halo across sleeping faces, turning each snore and rustle into part of an ancient lullaby. Strange bedfellows, you think, pulling your fur tighter around your shoulders. There's no privacy here, no locked door, no cozy corner for just one body. The clan sleeps as a single shifting mass, backs pressed to bellies, feet tangled, arms draped wherever they land. You feel a knee dig into your side, a sharp elbow bump your ribs. It's not comfort as you know it, but it's survival. The warmth of another body means you wake without frost, cracking your bones. The downside: you also wake to fleas hopping across your skin, tiny stings that turn your dreams into twitches. You scratch at your neck, hoping the little parasites haven't found the softer parts yet. Historians still debate whether early humans accepted these itchy guests as an unavoidable tax or fought a losing war with carved bone combs and fragrant herbs. Some think they barely noticed just one more irritation in a world filled with bigger teeth and colder nights. A child stirs nearby, whining in a half-dream. His mother hushes him with a soft hum, fingers combing through hair that's thick with dust and likely more than a few stowaway insects. Her other arm is wrapped tight around an older sibling who drools into her shoulder without shame. There's no shame here for any of it. Sleep is currency too precious to squander worrying about dignity. The air in the cave is thick with the closeness of it all, breath warmed by the damp rock walls, by bodies pressed so close that even the chill wind creeping through the entrance can't slip between. You inhale the smell, old smoke sweat for oils, and the faint sweetness of dried herbs someone tucked near the sleeping circle to mask the scent of too many people in too little space. You shift again, elbow bumping your neighbor. A grunt, a shove, then they settle back, burrowing deeper into their fur. You wonder how these sleeping arrangements shifted over seasons, who lay closest to the fire when sickness came, who was pushed to the edge when disputes brewed under daylight. Some researchers guess the strongest hunters claim the warmest spots. Others argue that mothers and infants always took the prime place, shielded by layers of older bodies willing to shiver at the fringe. A soft snore rattles beside your ear, a snore so loud you suspect it could frighten off lurking predators, if it weren't so irregular. You fight a laugh that bubbles up, threatening the quiet. The snore stops. You hold your breath, waiting for it to start again. When it does louder this time, you let your shoulders shake silently. Better to giggle here, wrapped in shared warmth, than cough alone in the cold shadows beyond the hearth. Not all the bedfellows are human. Somewhere in the hush, a dog-like shape lifts its head, more wolf than dog, but tame enough to nestle at the clan's feet. Its fur bristles with fleas too, but it brings more than pests. It brings warning growls at the cave mouth, a pair of wary eyes that watch the dark, while the clan pretends it's safe enough to sleep. Some scholars wonder if these early companions traded pest for protection willingly, or if, like so many things here, they drifted into coexistence by accident and stayed because warmth was worth the scratch. You scratch again, this time at your ankle, where something tickles insistently. You half expect to find a crawling neighbor, but only come away with dirt under your nail. In this pile of furs, there's no clear boundary where one body ends and another begins. It's a strange intimacy, half survival, half burden, wholly necessary when the wind outside bites through even the thickest skins. A soft rustle pulls your gaze to the far edge of the circle. An old man rolls over furs, slipping from his shoulder, to reveal a patchwork of scars across his back marks, of hunt-survived fights, won, or lost accidents that became stories whispered by firelight. He snores too, but no one shoves him for it. Maybe he's earned his spot by the hearth, and all the comfort that comes with sharing warmth he no longer has the strength to chase alone. Overhead, the cave ceiling gathers smoke in lazy swirls. Now and then, a draft clears it enough for moonlight to slip through a crack and spill silver across sleeping faces. You watch the way the light plays on hair-fur skin, catching a glint of a carved bone comb tucked near a woman's wrist, its teeth broken, but still trusted to do its half-useless job against the endless crawl of fleas. Somewhere under the layered snores, you catch a whisper, two young lovers pressed hip to hip in the shadows, sharing words too soft for the rest to catch. Maybe they're planning a secret escape to a warmer nook deeper in the cave, or maybe just dreaming out loud about a future where sleep comes without the itch. You doubt it will. The fleas always follow. Anthropologists still argue about this closeness, whether it made early humans stronger or simply more miserable together. Some claim the price of parasites was worth the security. Others wonder if restless nights, filled with scratching and shifting, made them dream of bigger caves, separate huts' walls that would one day sprout from stacked stones and timber. You roll onto your side shoulder, pressed into the dirt, back warmed by the body behind you. The snores blend into the soft crackle of the hearth's last coals. A foot nudges your cold toes, curling against your ankle before slipping away again. Even in sleep, the clan rearranges itself, small shifts, unconscious alliances formed under shared furs and half-formed dreams. Outside, the wind claws at the rocks, frustrated at the barriers of fur and flesh. It can't break through tonight. Not yet. Not until dawn forces the clan apart again, stretching stiff limbs, scratching new bites, complaining half-heartedly about bruised ribs and stolen blankets that don't exist. For now, you lie still, fleas, and all breathing in the sour-sweet musk of too many bodies tangled too close. Strange bedfellows indeed, each one a living shield against the cold. A reminder that survival here is a communal affair, parasites included. And as you drift into sleep, half listening to the symphony of snores, coughs, and quiet murmurs, you wonder if somewhere deep inside you, under the warmth and the scratching, there's still a part that would trade it all for a fire alone, or if the loneliness would freeze you faster than any winter wind ever could. A faint glow pulses from the hearth's edge, a last ember that refuses to die. You stir under the tangled furs, peel yourself from the soft, itchy tangle of sleeping kin, and drift toward the center of the cave where bone and ash keep their secrets in the shadows. The clan may sleep, but the hearth never truly does. Its heart of coals beats slow, but steady, cradling more than warmth. You kneel in the hushed fingers, brushing brittle fragments scattered in a rough circle just beyond the charred logs. Tiny splinters of bone, some bleached by fire, some dark as the surrounding soot, lay arranged with care that feels too deliberate to be accidental. A child's rib, here a shard of jaw, there, tucked close to the ash, as if the fire itself might keep them company. You know these remains are not leftovers from last night's meal. The meat was scraped clean, and the bones split for marrow before being cast aside for dogs or cracked to make tools. Know these fragments are different, lighter, more fragile, their edges worn smooth by careful hands. They hum with a quiet reverence that pushes sleep from your eyes. Historians still debate why these bones stayed so near the living. Some claim they're the first graves half finished and warmed by firelight instead of buried cold in soil. Others believe these scattered relics were tokens, memory keepers, to tie the dead to the living guardians, to watch over the clan when darkness pressed too close. And then there are whispers, impossible to prove, but stubborn as soot, that these bones trapped more than memory. Ghosts, they say. Spirits too restless for the deep earth, soothed only by the heat that once kept their breath warm. A woman shuffles up beside you, her steps quiet, but her presence heavy with age. She settles into the ash, like she's done this 1,000 nights before, brushing away fresh embers to expose bone beneath. She hums under her breath, a sound older than words, older than the cave itself. Her fingers touch each fragment in turn, a blessing or a question you can't quite tell. She pauses at a tiny knuckle bone no bigger than a bead. With a sigh, she tucks it deeper into the ash, adding a handful of dried herbs that snap and hiss when the embers kiss them. The smell curls into your nose, bitter sharp, comforting in its strangeness. A ritual of ash and bone, half forgotten but impossible to fully lose. Somewhere behind you, a sleeper coughs, rolls over, and the sound bounces off the cave walls like a reminder, life and death here never really part ways. The clan carries its dead with it, woven into the hush of every hearth. No graveyard beyond the cave mouth, just circles of heat where bone and memory linger side by side. You think of the child whose toy pebbles you glimpsed earlier dropped one by one into the hollow of an old skull. A game, perhaps, or something deeper, a way to keep play, close to ancestors who might watch and smile from the ashes. Scholars argue if these moments were acts of mourning magic, or mundane boredom spun into ritual. No one agrees. Maybe that's fitting. Maybe it's the not knowing that keeps the bones warm. The old woman hums louder, voice cracked, but steady. A few other figures drift closer, drawn by the scent or the soft pull of her melody. They kneel too, adding small offerings, a twist of dried roots, a smear of animal fat, a smooth stone warm from a pocket. Each gift disappears into the circle of bone and ash, feeding a hunger that doesn't live in the belly. Above, the smoke gathers in lazy curls that vanish into the cave's dark throat. It clings to your hair, your fur cloak, your skin. It seeps into every fold and crease, a quiet mark that says, "You were here, part of this hush, where living hands tend to what remains." Some researchers claim the soot itself was sacred, a thin veil that blurred the line between who still breathed and who had drifted on. Others dismiss it as accident, the unavoidable grime of cooking fires, mistaken for meaning by scholars desperate to read poetry into soot. You shift your knees, feeling warmth seep through cold bones. The circle of people grows slowly, gently. There's no chant, no sermon, just hums, low words, traded like embers. A mother leans close to her daughter, whispering something you can't catch as the girl drops a tiny scrap of fur beside a cracked fragment of skull. Her eyes stay fixed on the bone until the old woman's hand covers hers, pressing it down, sealing it with ash. In the far corner, a hunter with a ragged scar along his jaw watches without moving. His eyes reflect the hearth's glow, but his hands stay empty, resting on his knees. Maybe he's given enough already kin claimed by hunts that fed the clan long after the spear broke. Or maybe he holds his ghosts tight in his chest, not ready to let the fire keep them yet. You lean closer, to the center, squinting at a charred femur, half buried in coals. Cracks run through it like dried riverbeds. You imagine the stories it could tell if it could speak of footsteps on muddy trails of laughter beside a wild river of last breaths shared under a starless sky. But bones don't speak. They listen. They hold. They wait. A soft gust creeps through the cave mouth, nudging ash into tiny drifts that catch the fire's faint glow. Sparks flicker, dance upward, vanish into the dark. Somewhere behind you, the hum fades into quiet murmurs as the circle dissolves, bodies slipping back to furs and warmth and half-remembered dreams. The old woman stays behind her hand, sifting through the cooling ash one last time. She hums something that might be a goodbye, or maybe just a promise. Then she stands brushing soot from her palms, leaving the bones to keep their watch, until another night calls the living back to the hearth's hush. You follow her lead, pushing yourself up on stiff legs, warmth lingering in your fingertips where they brushed ancient remains. Behind you, the fire sighs, the bones nestle deeper into their cradle of coals. And somewhere between the hush of living breath and the soft rattle of ghosts, the clan drifts on half here, half remembered, wholly human. And you too carry a spark of that hush as you step away, ash clinging to your skin like an old story waiting to be told. You feel it before you see it, a soft tap of stone on stone, a hollow rattle that drifts through the sleeping cave like a child's secret laugh. You shuffle away from the dying embers and follow the sound, careful not to wake the heap of snoring kin, tangled in furs and dreams. The deeper you go, the colder the cave feels cool breath on your neck, where warmth has yet to reach. There, in a shallow alcove, lit by a stub of burning reed, sits a child no older than 5. His hair sticks out in dusty clumps, cheeks smeared with soot, eyes bright with mischief that only the half-dark can hide. In his lap rests an old skull, hollowed by time, polished smooth by countless curious fingers. Into that open dome, he drops pebbles, 1, 2, 3 each. Clack, echoing louder than you'd expect in the hush of the cave. Some call these early toys proof that even the hardest lives made room for play. You watch the child tilt the skull, rolling the stones out again with a giggle that scrapes the hush thin. He counts them in a mumble, words not yet shaped into the gossip that warms the fire circle, but strong enough to claim a space of his own in the gloom. Anthropologists argue endlessly about these little finds. Tiny bones, carved sticks, stones, worn smooth by restless fingers. Were they toys at all, or leftover tools abandoned by distracted adults? Some diggers swear they've found dolls shaped from scraps of fur and bundled reeds, fragile proof that children have always needed something to cradle something softer than stone and fear. The child doesn't care about scholarly debates. He cares about the sound stone on bone, a small music that fills the shadows with possibility. He tips the skull again, pebbles tumbling into his palm, one slipping away to bounce off the rock floor. He lunges after it, giggling louder when it skitters into darkness, forcing him to crawl, on belly and elbows, to fish it from a crack in the cave's side. You crouch beside him, careful not to block the reed's glow. The skull's grin faces you eye sockets wide, as if amused at this new game. You wonder whose head it once sheltered, whose thoughts linger in the brittle curve that now cradles a child's harmless mischief. Some bones are left to guard the hearth, others to hold memories. This one holds laughter. Not all ghosts are mourned. He looks up, eyes catching yours, mouth split in a gap-toothed grin. Without a word, he nudges the skull toward you, an invitation or a challenge. You pick up a pebble, weigh its cool smoothness in your palm. With a gentle flick, you drop it inside. The clatter earns an approving nod before he scoops it out to start again. Nearby, a faint cough ripples through the sleeping circle. No one rises. Adults dream heavy when fire still warms their spines. The child is free here, his toy hidden in plain sight, his giggles muffled by stone walls that hold stories deeper than any adult whisper. Somewhere far from this cave, centuries later, an archaeologist will brush dust from this skull and wonder a ritual, a burial charm, or just a child's first taste of play before the world demands he nap flint, carry water, stand guard at the cave mouth, while older hands shape the future. The arguments will never settle. Some truths slip through cracks too narrow for words to catch. The child rolls onto his side, hugging the skull as if it were fur or flesh. The pebbles scatter, two bouncing into your knee. You push them back with your knuckles. He gathers them up again, no sign of sleep tugging at his eyes yet. There's magic in repetition. Drop, clatter, gather, repeat. A ritual as powerful as any painted handprint or ash circle near the hearth. A scrap of fur lies beside him, crusted with soot, knotted at one end. He lifts it, wraps it around the skull like a blanket, then peeks underneath to be sure the pebbles haven't escaped. His grin softens into a hum, something tuneless, a sound that feels older than the words you share by firelight. Play and lullaby woven into the hush. You glance over your shoulder. The rest of the clan shifts in sleep, oblivious to the tiny theater at the cave's edge. The reed flickers lower. Shadows creep closer. The child watches you, then cups his hand for another pebble. You oblige. One more clink, one more moment held safe in the skull's grin. Researchers sometimes call this the birth of imagination, a hollow bone, a stone, a giggle that stirs ghosts awake but keeps them kind. Some claim these toys taught early humans how to dream, beyond the next meal, the next hunt, the next spark coaxed from flint and moss. Others scoff. Children don't need lessons to dream, only space enough to be foolish before the cold calls them back. The child presses a finger to his lips. Hush, hush. Then tips the skull again. The pebble rattles free, bounces off your boot. He snorts at the echo, tries to smother his laugh behind his tiny fist. For a heartbeat, you both hold still, listening for footsteps that might scold him back under a fur blanket. None come. The hush holds. In another life, maybe this skull would rest in the hearth's ash fragments of memory, soothed by fire. Here it serves a softer purpose, Plaything, cradle echo chamber, for the giggles of a boy who doesn't yet know how sharp the world will grow when he must trade pebbles for blades. The reed sputters dims. He leans in, nose nearly touching the glow eyes, wide with the wonder only children carry for fire that small. You pluck it away before his hair meets flame. He pouts, but forgives you when you nudge the pebbles back into his palm. One by one, he lines them along the skull's rim, tiny sentries on brittle bone. His hum drifts back softer this time, eyelids heavy, pebble by pebble. He drops them inside, letting the last clatter fade before curling around, the hollow grin, like it's for warmth, a promise. No one knows how many of these tiny toys litter the layers of earth. Pebbles lost to cracks, scraps of fur gnawed by time. The scholars will keep arguing, but here in the hush you see the truth, plain as the soot on your hands. A child's laughter softens. Stone holds the cold at bay, makes room for tomorrow. You rise careful not to brush your foot against the sleeping shape. The reed's ember fades. The hush swells to swallow giggle and clatter alike. Somewhere beyond this moment, the clan dreams on fleas scratching embers, sighing bones, humming secrets. And here at the edge, a child's toy keeps watch rattling gently, whenever the dark forgets how to be kind. Outside the cave mouth, the night has teeth. You feel them first in the hush that coils tight around the last breath of firelight, a hush broken only by the dry crack of a branch under something bigger than a wolf. The clan sleeps curled tight in their patchwork nest of fur and bone, but you lie awake, spine prickling at the sounds that prowl just beyond the flicker. You shift closer to the embers, careful not to wake the boy, who still clutches his pebble toy to his chest. Each inhale tastes of smoke and damp rock. Each exhale fades too quickly to warm the chill that leaks in through the cracks above. Somewhere out there, eyes blink open in the brush yellow glints that watch your fragile circle of light with hunger older than language. You close your eyes, listen harder. A low growl drifts through the hush, then another somewhere between the bristled hackle of a big cat and the guttural snarl of a lone wolf daring to test the cave's promise of safety. No one stirs but you. The hunters trust the embers to stand guard while they dream of tomorrow's chase. The mothers trust their men. The old trust the hush to hold. Historians argue if fear of the dark shaped us more than any tool or flame. Some claim that sleeplessness was a survival trick. Light sleeping brains that stirred at the crackle of a branch, the drip of water, the scrape of claws on stone. Others say this restless half-sleep birthed our oldest stories, tales spun from the shadows that padded too close when the fire dipped low. Tonight you feel that echo thrumming through your ribs. You wonder if you should throw another branch on the coals, risk the hiss and pop that might wake a child, or worse, draw the growlers closer with the scent of burning marrow. But you do nothing. You listen. You wait. You let the darkness speak. A cold breeze slips into the cave, tugging at the fur draped over your shoulder. It tastes of wet leaves, old moss meat gone sour somewhere out there under the moon. The clan shifts in their sleep, a chorus of sighs and snores, stitched together by the restless patter of feet beyond the fire's reach. One old man opens his eyes, just enough to squint at the mouth of the cave. He grunts, pulls his blanket tighter, and drifts off again. Maybe he trusts the dogs to bark if danger pads too close. Maybe he's seen enough nights to know that fear only feeds what waits in the brush. You lean closer to the embers, listening to the quiet crackle that stands between you and the beasts. Each pop is a promise stay back, but you know that promise is a fragile thing. If the coals die too soon, if the wind steals their breath, the shadows will slip closer. Pale eyes, yellow teeth, claws that don't care if you are child, or elder hunter, or dreamer. Somewhere in the hush, a soft whimper drifts from the sleeping circle, a dream turns sour, a child twitching at the memory of a howl they've never truly heard. A woman rolls over, drags the child close, tucks the bad dream back under her ribs, where the beast can't sniff it out. You wonder how many myths were born in moments like this. Shadows at the threshold, teeth in the brush, whispers that grew claws, when retold by a braver voice in the morning. Some scholars argue that bedtime stories once were survival maps, coded warnings not to wander too far from the hearth's edge when the moon is high and the hush too deep. You shift your weight, the cold stone biting your hip. In the dark, beyond the glow, something snaps a branch, a bone, a trick of your tired mind. You imagine fur brushing against bark, breath fogging in the cold eyes, gleaming at the warmth they'll never taste. You press a hand to the ground, feeling the warmth still left in the stone. Once this cave mouth was the thin line between wild and safe, between beast and human. Some say it still is. The clan sleeps in huddles, not just for warmth, but for watchfulness, a network of half-waking hearts that sense when the hush shifts from kind to hungry. Your eyes drift to the painted walls just beyond the hearth. They're half hidden in soot. The marks you traced earlier glow in the emberlight hands, spirals figures that stand guard in pigment, if not in flesh. You wonder if they were meant to keep the beasts out or the fear in. No one knows. The stories left no script, only shapes that flicker when the flames dance low. Another growl, closer this time, a soft scrape of claws against rock. You hold your breath, counting heartbeats that feel too loud. A shape moves at the edge of sight, low cautious, sniffing at the cold draft that carries your scent out to the brush. A dog lifts its head from the feet of the oldest hunter, muzzle twitching. It doesn't bark, just sniffs, eyes half open, then flops back down. Trust the fire, trust the pack, trust that the hush holds more promise than threat. You settle back too, spine still tense, but eyelids growing heavy. The night will always have teeth, but so does the clan, sharp tongues to gossip warnings. Sharp stones to shape blades, sharp stories to keep the fear honest. Somewhere deep in your drifting mind, a question flickers like a coal. If the fire goes out, for goodwill, the beasts come in. Or have they always been here, curled just out of reach, waiting for the hush to forget how to guard your dreams? You pull the fur tighter, lean close to the last glow. A tiny hiss, a tiny crackle, promise enough for tonight that dawn will find you with all your fingers, all your toes, all your secrets safe in the hush. Outside, the growl fades. The wind curls back into the brush. The hush settles like an old blanket tugged to your chin by the ghosts of 1,000 sleepers who once lay here half listening for teeth in the dark. You drift with them now, half awake, half dreaming of claws that pause at the threshold, too polite to test the glow. Somewhere far away, a branch snaps again. Somewhere closer, the ember sighs one last breath of warmth against your cheek. And in that fragile hush, you let sleep take you, teeth and all. The main chamber hums with quiet snores, and the crackle of a log giving in to its last embers, but deeper still, behind a wall of half-fallen stones, a darker secret waits. You slip past the sleeping body's toes, brushing fur and stray twigs breath held as you duck beneath a low archway carved by centuries of dripping water. Beyond it, a hidden cave within the cave, a secret place where the hush holds its breath. Your foot brushes loose pebbles that scatter into the dark. The sound feels too loud here, where even whispers seem to curl back into your ears instead of drifting out. A flicker of torchlight catches veins of damp minerals on the walls, gleaming like veins under skin. The air tastes of cold stone, older than the smoke and warmth you left behind. They say every clan's cave had its secret hollows, pockets tucked far from the hearth, where only a few ever stepped. Lovers meeting under dripping ceilings, elders gathering for words not meant for children's ears, hunters making quiet promises to bones stacked out of sight. Archaeologists stand in these shadows centuries later and puzzle at odd bits of worked stone, curious stains, piles of broken antlers that make no sense beside the hearth. Some swear these hidden caves were shrines. Others call them simple storage. But the air here hums with something less ordinary. You reach out fingers brushing the rough wall. Damp beads cling to your skin, cold enough to bite. Farther in the floor, the ceiling dips lower. You have to crawl now, belly pressed to the chill furs, catching on stray roots that push through cracks in the rock. One more shuffle, and you find it a hollow wide enough for three, maybe four, if they press tight, which you know they must have done when secrets were worth the squeeze. You sit back on your heels, letting your eyes adjust to the thin spill of light from the torch wedged in a cleft behind you. Shadows stretch like claws along the walls, snagging on odd shapes, scratched into the stone marks, different from the bold handprints by the fire. These are thin, shallow grooves, half-finished figures, spirals that loop in on themselves and vanish behind flakes of fallen rock. No one alive knows exactly who carved these, or when, or why they stayed hidden here, instead of beside the coals, where stories grow loud. Some scholars whisper that these were the clan's true stories, memories too raw or dangerous to share in gossip or song. Others think they're just scribbles, the idle scratchings of children sent away while the grown spoke their secrets. You lean closer, breath-stirring dust that's waited centuries for a voice. One shape catches your eye, two stick figures joined at the hips by a single line. Lovers, maybe, or a warning, or a joke left by some long-forgotten hand that knew how darkness turns the mind playful. At your feet, a scatter of stones ring a pit so shallow it barely counts as a grave. Ash stains the circle's edge, though no fresh ember glows now. You imagine the hush of old voices here, whispers bouncing from stone to stone again, soft enough to never reach the sleeping clan beyond the wall. Promises traded bargains, sealed fears laid out like furs to be picked through and tucked away. Somewhere overhead, water drips in a steady heartbeat, counting time, older than the stories etched here. You wonder how many feet have slipped through this passage, how many secret meetings breathed life into myths that survived only as rumors at the hearth. Lovers' quarrels, leaders plotting, shamans scribbling signs they swore kept the dead quiet. A soft scrape pulls you from your thoughts. You turn heart-thudding, half expecting an old hunter's ghost to loom behind you. But it's only a draft, pushing your torch's flame sideways, making the shadows dance wilder against the wall. You pull the torch free, let its glow chase the dark deeper into the hollow. The grooves on the far side catch the light, more lines, more puzzles for scholars to bicker over. One shape could be a snake or a river, Its tail curls under a row of dots that lead nowhere. Beneath it, a rough patch, where someone rubbed the wall smooth again, as if secrets once scratched there were meant to vanish. Or maybe they simply changed their minds, stories forgotten before the next hush swallowed them whole. You ease down onto the cold stone, back pressed against the wall torch balanced on a rock to throw its glow just wide enough to hold the hush at bay. You imagine this is where the elders sat, knees brushing heads, bent close eyes flicking to the mouth of the hidden tunnel with every drift of footsteps outside. What did they say here that they dared not say by the fire? Which secrets deserved a second cave deeper than sleep, darker than gossip? Some think these hidden hollows were for shamans alone, spaces to listen for the bones' whispers far from the laughter and fleas and gossip that tangled in the hearth's smoke. Others argue they were love dens, places where stolen moments thrived under dripping ceilings and fingers pressed over lips to keep soft giggles secret. You breathe out, watch your breath, join the mist that clings to the walls. You wonder if someone might slip in behind you tonight, brush your shoulder, press a finger to their lips. Hush. You feel the hush press back thick as fur, soft as a promise that here, under stone and silence, your secrets would stay hidden too. A tiny scrap of fur rests in the shallow pit, matted half fossilized by time and damp. You reach for it, thumb brushing old dust from its edge. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's everything, a lover's gift, a shaman's charm, a scrap torn from a cloak as someone crawled out heart-hammering secret safe. Your knees ache from the stone. You shift, careful not to crush the fur scrap, careful not to snuff the torch with your sleeve. Outside this hollow, the clan stirs, feet thud, a child whimpers. The fire crackles. Normal sounds that don't reach here unless you let them. You wonder if the cave mouth to this hollow ever had a guard, a cousin posted at the entrance to cough loud if curious ears drifted too near. You run a palm over the grooves again, feeling their shallow bite under your skin. The lines give nothing away. Not their maker, not their meaning, just the hush that wraps them tight. You rest your forehead against the stone, close your eyes. You imagine all the secrets that echo in these hidden spaces, silent now, but waiting, always waiting. Outside, the hollow dawn will soon slip its light over footprints and painted hands over bones near the hearth, and giggling children who drop pebbles into skulls. But here in the cold hush, stories lie, curled in stone, refusing to wake. When you crawl back out, you brush your fingers clean, but dust clings under your nails. A souvenir, the hush insists you carry proof you were here, where secrets sleep deeper than any fire's glow. The hush inside the hidden hollow fades behind you as you crawl back toward the dying hearthlight. Your knees sting from the cold stone, your breath fogs out in small ghosts as you slip back among the clan's restless shapes. They don't notice your return. Most lie, tangled in furs, half listening to dreams stitched together by the last pop and crack of glowing coals. Near the cave mouth, a faint breeze teases smoke from the embers toward the night. You catch the scent of meat charred sharp, the grease still clinging to a bone someone gnawed clean hours ago. There's no feast here, no heavy stew, bubbling in a metal pot, just strips of sinew-blackened muscle left skewered on green sticks. If you're lucky, you'll taste a bite before dawn's hunt calls everyone out again. You settle near the fringe of the firelight, where the oldest hunters squat low shoulders hunched against the cold draft that slips in from the trees. One lifts a blackened hunk of meat to his cracked lips, tears a strip loose, with teeth still strong enough to shame the clan's younger braggers. He chews slow eyes, half-lidded, watching the shadows dance on the painted walls. A boy beside him, too young for the hunt, but old enough to hope, leans close, begging for scraps, with hungry eyes. The hunter grunts tears, another strip free-hands it over, without lifting his gaze. The boy grins around the meat eyes, darting to the old man's lips for the stories they know are coming. Because meat and stories here always arrive, together one feeds the belly the other, fattens the hush between dusk and dawn. A softer voice breaks the fire's crackle. Another elder, her fur lined with the teeth of hunts long buried chuckles under her breath as she picks sinew from her own piece of charred prize. Big as 3 men, she says, gesturing at the carcass that's no longer here to defend its reputation. The boy's eyes widen. A chuckle drifts around the circle, soft as the embers sigh. This is how wild meat turns wilder. Still stories grow bigger than the beasts that once thundered through the brush. A single kill becomes a dozen. A stone spear becomes a miracle tool sharper than any rival clan could nap. The meat grows cold, but the telling stays hot, mouths chewing, while tongues weave truth and bragging so tight you can't pry them apart. Historians still bicker about how much truth these tales held. Some say early clans forged alliances through hunts. Big meat meant big trust. Strong stories meant stronger bonds. Others suspect the old hunters spun half the feats by firelight to keep the young ones hungry enough to chase them come dawn. And who's to say the truth matters when the hush is sweetened by laughter? You tear a scrap from a discarded stick, teeth catching the char, where fat dripped too long in the flames. It tastes of smoke, grit the faint iron of an animal that didn't go down easy. You chew slow eyes, flicking between the old man's cracked knuckles and the toothy grin he flashes when the boy begs for another wild claim. Another hunter cuts in his voice, rougher edged with pride. He swears he brought down the beast alone, while the rest cowered behind a bush, clutching spears they never learned to throw. The others laugh, slap shoulders, trade insults wrapped in warmth. A half-grown girl pokes the fire with a charred branch, sparks drifting up like bits of the story, hoping to slip into the night and wander beyond the trees. A faint noise at the cave mouth stills the hush for a heartbeat, wind or pause, or a rival hunter hoping to test the clan's claim on the kill. Heads turn eyes, squint at the dark. Then the noise fades, and so do the worries. The oldest man wipes grease on his fur sleeve, lifts his chin, and picks up the thread again, weaving the beast bigger, the chase longer, the danger sharper with every breath. One boy breaks in with a sharp laugh. He knows the truth, he says. The beast was half dead when the spears found it limping from an old wound no hunter here gave. The circle shushes him with playful swats, a stick brandished at his knee, until he ducks behind a cousin's shoulder, giggling as he goes. Because the point isn't the truth, it's the telling. And if the telling makes the meat taste richer, who cares if the bones left behind speak a different story in the daylight? Somewhere in the hush, a girl curls close to her mother, nibbling a scrap, too burnt to tempt the hunters. She listens wide-eyed as a fresh voice spins another twist. Now the beast talks, trades secrets, for mercy begs to become stew instead of scraps for scavengers. The girl's grin glows in the fire's last warmth. One day, she'll whisper this version to her own circle of sleepy heads, adding horns to the creature, or wings, or a hunger for gossip that rivals the clan's. Outside the cave mouth, the dark holds its breath. Maybe it listens too. Maybe it keeps its own versions of the hunt stories, told by the eyes that blink beyond the flicker, by the paws that circle the footprints pressed into mud. The hush here is thicker than fear. It's a promise that no beast, no rival, no sharp hunger can outlast a clan that spins their kills into tales strong enough to guard tomorrow's sleep. Your scrap of meat is gone too soon, swallowed with grit and half a grin. You lean back on your elbows, watch the circle close tighter as the embers shrink to coals. Words drift softer now, boasts giving way to yawns, laughter slipping into the hush, like smoke curling under stone. Somewhere in the lull, a new voice asks if the next hunt will find bigger prey. A promise hangs there, warm as marrow, yes bigger, wilder. A beast worthy of more stories, more nights like this one. Whether that beast waits beyond the brush or only in the hush, doesn't matter. The tale will make it real. You scratch grease from your fingertips, wipe them on your sleeve, and feel the hush settle deep in your bones. Wild meet wilder stories, a clan wrapped tight in words that taste better than truth when the fire burns low. The last bones from the wild meat crackle in the embers, sending up a tiny hiss that fades into the hush like an old secret. You stay where you are, belly warm, the smoke weaving your hair into the scent of grease and ash. Beside you, the clan's oldest hunter scrapes a blackened stick through the coals, drawing lazy shapes no one will bother to read come dawn. A few paces away closer to the circle's edge, the gossip flares up again, softer now, but sharper than any flint blade. The fire may have shrunk to embers, but tongues stay lit long after meat's been stripped from bone. You lean back elbows, pressed to the cold dirt, and listen as voices loop through the hush like embers blown back to life. Two hunters started, of course, old rivals, pretending they don't care who speared the beast first. One claims he tracked the thing for half a day through bog and bramble, while the other dozed under a tree teeth picking meat from last winter's kill. The accused rolls his eyes, tosses a scrap of bark at the braggart's knee. The bark hits its mark. The hush ripples with a giggle. Another mouth opens to stir the pot. Stories here never stay neat. They fork and twist and double back like muddy footprints on a rain-soaked path. Each new voice nudges the tale sideways. Now the beast had two heads, or maybe none at all, just a spirit that slipped from tree to tree teasing the spears until the oldest hunter muttered a curse strong enough to drag it into flesh and blood. A girl with hair coiled high on her head tosses in her own thread a rival clan she swears lurked near the kill site, hiding behind stones, while the hunters bellowed victory. She heard it from her cousin, who heard it from an elder, who heard it from a lover, who once traded roots for gossip by a distant riverbank. No one here saw these rivals, but no one wants to argue either. Rival gossip tastes better than stale silence. Some scholars who sift these old stories from charcoal and bone shards say gossip was once our strongest glue, a way to test who belonged and who might slip away under cover of dark. You hear it now, buried under the jokes, small tests, soft traps. Who did you share meat with? Who whispered secrets to you? Who might drift too close to the strangers who sniff at our cave mouth when the hush turns thin? By the fire's edge, a boy too young to have hunted anything brags anyway. He swung his stick at the beast's shadow, scared it closer to the spears. His claim earns a shove from an older cousin, a bark of laughter from a sleepy uncle who offers him the last gnawed bone as a prize for bravery. The boy accepts chewing marrow that barely exists anymore, but grinning like he's carved his name in the hush forever. It's easy to think these drifting words mean nothing, air spun warm for ears half closed by drowsy heads. But under the jokes and brags and sly digs hides the heartbeat of something older than the clan's painted hands. A map not drawn in ochre, but in rumor, who's brave, who's careless, who's clever enough to twist a tale so tight it binds the hush around them like fur against frost. You watch the circle lean in closer as the hush deepens. A woman picks at her sleeve, stitching an old tear closed, while she trades tidbits about a boy who might slip away with a girl when spring comes. The girl smirks, but says nothing, lets the hush do its work. Next to her, an elder pretends to doze, but hums soft agreement when the talk drifts to whether the rival clan's new spearheads gleam brighter than the ones cracked by your own hunters tonight. No one writes this down. No charcoal marks the gossip's path on cave walls. Yet the stories spread like smoke, curling through the clan's thoughts, slipping under sleeping pelts, drifting into dreams where tomorrow's hunt or fight or flirtation finds its footing. Some researchers insist we're reading too much into it, that idle chatter at the hearth's edge didn't shape alliances or breed new enemies. But you hear it now, clear as the hiss of sap in the last burning stick. Gossip is the oil that keeps the hush smooth, the pulse that keeps the clan warm, even when the fire forgets its promise. A soft cough breaks the laughter. An old man leans forward, stick tapping the earth, to hush the giggles just enough for him to slide his story into the cracks. He doesn't boast. He reminds. He weaves the gossip backward, pulling it into tales of hunters, long-gone lovers, who bartered roots for secrets. Strangers whose footprints crossed this cave mouth before the painted hands dried on the walls. His voice is thin, but each word presses the hush thicker, wrapping everyone in memory too tangled to unpick by dawn. When he's done, the hush holds for a heartbeat too long. Then a girl shifts laughs a little too loud to break the spell, tosses her story in like dry twigs on coals that almost died. They bicker over who told it first, who told it better, who might twist it new next time the meat runs low. And they gather again by a fire that remembers more than any single mouth. Somewhere behind the circle, a dog stirs, shakes its fur, free of fleas, and sniffs the last scrap of marrow wedged in the dirt. Its tail thumps the ground in time with the hunter's stick, tapping out the gossip's last note. The dog knows what the clan knows. Warmth comes from more than coals. It flares in the breath, shared between lies and half-lies, in the sideways glances that dare you to keep secrets when the hush demands otherwise. You stretch your legs. Feel the cold stone bite back where the fire's heat fades. The clan shifts. Giggles slip into yawns. The hush swells bigger than any single whisper. And yet, the gossip flickers on a flick of a tongue here, a knowing nudge there. A promise that tomorrow's tales already seed themselves in tonight's sleepy embers. If you listen closely, truly listen, you hear it stretch beyond the cave mouth, past the muddy footprints and the painted marks, a hush that carries every word into the dark, where strangers might lean closer, hungry for secrets worth trading for a spark, a root, a scrap of wild meat. You close your eyes, you drift with it, and in that hush, you know long after the coals grow cold, the gossip stays warm. Some nights, the hush clings tight to the cave walls like a second skin. Other nights, like this one, it drifts upward, swirling into the smoke that curls above the last coals. You feel it now, a soft pull behind your eyes, tugging your thoughts sideways, just as sleep tries to claim you. You lie half-curled near the hearth's remains, your cheek pressed to a fur that still smells faintly of old hunts and damp moss. A thin trail of smoke snakes into the dark tracing shapes in the stale air shapes that shift if you stare too long or blink too slow. Across the fire pit, a woman sits upright, legs crossed back, bent like a question mark. She hums to herself, fingers tracing circles in the ash. The others call her shaman, though the word won't exist for many lifetimes. She's the one who murmurs when fevers run too hot, who tosses dried roots into the flames and watches the curls of smoke for answers. Tonight, she leans over the coals and breathes a secret into the embers. They flare for a heartbeat, licking up her whisper, then settle again, smoke drifting into coils that dance above her bowed head. She nods, as if agreeing with something only the hush can hear. Beside you, a boy stirs in his sleep, mumbling half-formed sounds that might be words or just teeth worrying a dream too big for daylight. The shaman glances his way, then back to the embers. She cups a hand, catches the smoke, lets it spill through her fingers like water. Historians bicker endlessly over this, whether dreams in the smoke guided the clan's choices or merely soothed restless minds, too hungry for certainty. Some say the visions shaped who hunted where, who lay beside whom, who lived or died when the hush grew thin. Others roll their eyes at such tales. Smoke is smoke, they insist. Dreams are just brain tricks when the cave grows cold. But you watch the shaman's eyes flick to the shadows dancing on the walls. They're a bison with broken horns. They're a spiral coiling around a painted palm. She hums louder now, her voice weaving with the last snores drifting from the sleeping circle. You wonder if she sees tomorrow in those curls of gray, sees your footprints on a muddy trail not yet pressed into earth. A spark pops, sending a ghost of ash drifting into your hair. You resist the urge to brush it away. The hush is thick tonight, alive with half secrets and half promises. You let your eyes fall half shut, tracing the smoke's path, the way a child might trace a lover's scar in the dark. A soft laugh pulls you back. Someone waking to the hush, blinking at the shaman's hum, as if trying to catch the thread of a dream they lost somewhere between sleep and the ember's sigh. The boy mumbles again, turns his face into a sister's shoulder. She drapes an arm over him, anchors his dream, so it doesn't slip too far from the warmth of her ribs. The shaman's hum shifts louder, softer, than just a hush of breath, as she drops a pinch of something pungent into the coals. It crackles sharp spitting sparks that dance up to join the smoke swirl. She tilts her head, watching the sparks flicker out like tiny stars. You wonder what bargains she whispers, what questions float from her mouth to the shadows overhead. Who will bring back meat tomorrow? Who will trade secrets at the cave mouth? Who will slip away when the hush grows too thin to hold their restless bones? A child coughs in his sleep. The hum pauses just long enough for the shaman to glance to weigh the sound in her mind before dipping her fingers into a pouch of dried herbs tied at her hip. She pinches off a crumb, tosses it into the coals. The hush holds its breath. The child sighs and drifts deeper into sleep, mouth slack dream, untangled for now. Some nights, the dreams drift no farther than these walls. But now and then, you sense one slip past the soot-black mouth of the cave, carried on smoke into the waiting trees. Maybe it curls into an owl's hollow, or brushes the fur of a wolf that prowls too close to the footprints pressed in last night's rain. Maybe it carries a promise, or a warning, or nothing at all, just the soft pulse of a mind too restless to hush itself. The shaman's shoulders sag. Her hum fades to a whisper, then a sigh that sounds more like your mother's when she stirs the coals for warmth before dawn. She smears her palm through the ash circle she's drawn, wiping her secrets away before the first curious eyes open to the hush. You close your eyes fully now, letting the last wisp of smoke ghost across your lips. You taste soot marrow, a trace of root gone bitter in the heat. You wonder what the shaman saw when she leaned so close to the glow, whether your face flickered there, too twisted by smoke into something brave enough to carry the hush into tomorrow. Some researchers swear dreams were once our strongest guide, soft maps traced when daylight left too many questions unanswered. Others say they were just shadows in the mind's corner, nothing more. But tonight, in this hush, thick with coals and secrets, you suspect the truth lies somewhere between half real, half trick, fully human. You feel the hush wrap around you as the last spark settles in the coals. You breathe out one last thought, half wish, half promise, that whatever waits beyond the cave, mouth tonight is kind enough to let the dream finish before the growl begins. Smoke drifts. Dreams coil tighter. The hush holds you just close enough to believe it might stay this gentle till the dawn. Dawn comes slow and careful, spilling pale light through cracks in the cave mouth, like it's afraid to wake whatever the hush cradled overnight. You blink against the first hints of gray, your fur damp with your own breath. The last coals crouch under a crust of ash, still warm enough to comfort a palm if you dare to press your hand there. But the warmth won't last. It never does. A soft rustle stirs the hush bare feet, shifting shoulders shrugging off the weight of sleep. A boy with sleep-crusted eyes rubs a thumb along the skull he used as a toy hours ago now, forgotten by the hearth. He drops it gently into the furs and rises nose, wrinkling at the smell of cooling ash and stale breath. His mother murmurs something about the dawn, her voice too low to stir, the heavier sleepers still curled around yesterday's warmth. At the mouth of the cave, figures shift in the half-light. Strangers. Not entirely strange faces marked by the same cold wind shoulders, draped in furs stitched with the same crude knots, but not your clan. Not the voices you fell asleep beside. They stand like questions clutching small bundles, shells, beads, a piece of flint that catches a stray shaft of sun. You pull your fur closer around your shoulders, watching as the oldest hunter lifts himself from his bed of hides. He greets the visitors with a grunt, eyes flicking first to their hands, always the hands, then to their feet, tracing the mud that will mix with your own footprints before the next rain. He says nothing yet. He waits for the hush to speak first. One of the strangers steps forward, palm up. A shell gleams in the early light, a thing dragged from a river or traded down a line of fires older than this one. The old hunter eyes it rubs the frost from his beard and gestures toward the embers. An invitation, a test, a promise not to send them back into the brush empty-handed. The strangers crouch by the hearth's remains. One nudges a coal with a stick, coaxing the last red eye to blink awake. Smoke curls between them, wrapping their scents into the hush. They don't speak loudly, only soft words traded close to the lips, like secrets passed hand to hand. You catch a drift here and there, roots flint, safe crossing storm coming. Some scholars think these dawn meetings were the veins of early alliance small trades that carried knowledge farther than any one clan's feet could wander. Others insist they were fleeting nothing more than accidents when hungry bellies push footprints across paths that never should have crossed. But here, under your nose, you see how the hush expands new voices, folded into old air, new secrets dropped into yesterday's ash. A girl peers from behind her mother's fur, wide eyes fixed on the stranger's beads, tiny stones smoothed by a river she may never see. One of the visitors spots her watching. He nudges a bead forward, rolling it across the dirt till it stops at her knee. She snatches it up, grins, tucks it inside the hem of her sleeve. A trade sealed in silence. No spear needed, no barked promise of loyalty. Just a shell, a grin, a secret tucked close. The oldest hunter gestures again this time at the fresh strips of meat left over from last night's hunt. He tears a piece free, offers it palm up. One of the strangers mirrors the gesture, pressing a twist of dried root into his hand. Not enough to fill a belly, not enough to plant or hoard, just enough to promise more tomorrow when paths cross again under another hush. You feel the wind drift in through the cave mouth, carrying a sharper chill than last night. A warning of rain, or worse. The strangers shift their feet, stealing warmth from the hearth's ghost while they linger. Their eyes dart to your painted walls. Hand spirals beasts half hidden in the soot. Maybe they read them the same way you do. Or maybe they see something else, signs that say, safe enough, or danger stays outside, or the hush here will hold your footprints for a little while. A soft bark snaps your attention away. One of the half-tamed dogs noses at a stranger's knee, sniffing the scent of distant fires clinging to old fur. The man chuckles, offers the animal a scrap of dried marrow. The dog takes it gently tail, thumping the dirt before it drifts back to your side. Even the beasts understand safe is a word carried in scent before it's ever carved in bone. A boy, too young to understand trade edges close to the visitors. He pokes at the shells hanging from one stranger's wrist, giggles when they clack together like teeth. His mother tugs him back, but her grip is light, her scolding a whisper meant only for the hush between them. No one snaps, no one bears steel or stone. This is no raid, no standoff. Just one dawn's fragile bargain pressed into cold hands. Some say these fleeting visits built more than trade routes. They wove trust-mended feuds, taught strangers how to linger at another clan's fire without testing the sharp edge of a flint blade. Others scoff, point to broken skulls buried in shared caves, to spear points wedged in bones that never healed. Trust was thin, they argue, thinner than the hush. You shift closer nose, wrinkling at the smell of strange furs, river mud, a smoke that clings too clean for your clan's rough hearth. You wonder if these visitors will trade more than beads and roots, if they'll leave whispers behind that slip, between your own clan's gossip, like flint, sparks, and dry moss. Who slept beside whom last winter? Who hunts better than they boast? Who might vanish with a stranger come spring thaw? A final shell passes palm to palm. The visitors stand. They dip their heads, once no bow, no flourish, just a nod, heavy with the hush. The old hunter lifts his chin in reply, a soft grunt that means, go now, carry the hush with you. Footsteps scuff the dirt. The beads clack once more, then fade down the muddy trail. Your own gatherers will trace again when the sun rises fully. The hush lingers in their wake, smoke warm breath, a promise that when strangers drift close at dawn, the hush grows larger, not smaller. New voices, new secrets, footprints, laid down soft enough for rain to erase, but not so soft that the stories can't find them again. When someone half asleep dreams of shells flint and the hush that holds them both. The hush always keeps something back for itself. Footprints washed away in a single rain, whispers slipped under layers of ash, secrets pressed into the damp earth where no torch can reach. When the last visitor's footsteps fade beyond the cave mouth, you feel it close in again, soft, wide, familiar. You crouch by the hearth's remains, your palm hovering over the smothered coals. The ash is warm, but gives nothing away. You trace a circle there, the same way the old woman did near the bones, the same way the shaman brushed away her dreaming smoke. Circles within circles, a shape older than any name you could carve into stone. Behind you, the clan stirs small sounds, the slap of feet against cold rock, the rustle of fur pulled tighter around shoulders, the hush of voices low enough to hide from the day's chores. They speak of the visitors, what they brought, what they asked for, what they didn't say. Gossip will pick it apart like marrow from bone. By nightfall, the hush will wear new shapes, bigger or smaller, depending on whose mouth spins the tale. You push yourself up, knees popping like old branches. A boy runs past barefoot, trailing a line of muddy prints that vanish into the cave's deeper shadows. He leaves no words behind, but his steps are a promise too. When one hush ends, another begins pressed under footprints that wait for someone else to read. The old hunter stands by the mouth of the cave, arms crossed, eyes narrowed to the trail where strangers vanished. He doesn't smile, but the set of his shoulders says enough. They left no trouble tonight, only questions for the next hush to answer. A shell hidden in a girl's sleeve, a word whispered about a far-off river, a promise not to come back too soon, or maybe to come back sooner than you expect. You step past him, feel the morning chill slap your cheeks awake. The world beyond the cave mouth gleams wet with last night's rain. Muddy paths, dripping branches, mist curling in the hollows where the hush buries its last secrets. You press a foot into the muck and watch your print bloom half swallowed by the earth before you lift it free. Somewhere behind you, the painted hands cling to the walls, red palms, ochre smears spirals that twist questions into rock. Scholars will argue forever what they mean, what they kept silent, what they shouted to anyone half awake enough to listen. But here now, you know they say nothing you don't already feel in your bones. We were here. We are here. We might still be here tomorrow if the hush holds. A dog trots by, nose to the mud, sniffing out what the visitors left behind, a drop of scent, a promise carried on fur. It pauses at your heel. Snorts moves on. Even its paws mark the trail for someone else to find when the hush grows soft again. You bend to pick up a broken twig, spin it through your fingers, scratch a line in the wet ground beside your footprint. The mark vanishes before you stand straight, mud swallowing your tiny claim. Good. Not every sign should stay. Some secrets sleep better under the hush. Behind you, the chatter grows louder. Plans for the next hunt, a quick count of roots tucked in baskets, a laugh that breaks apart the hush for half a breath before it stitches itself back together. Someone strikes flint near the hearth's ghost, coaxing a new spark to catch where the old coals sigh into blackness. Smoke will drift again, carrying fresh dreams up to the cave's throat, where they cling until the next storm scrubs them clean. A child tugs at your sleeve, wide eyes blinking against the dawn. He presses something into your palm, a pebble smooth and cold. Maybe it came from the skull he used as a cradle for laughter when the hush curled tight around his giggle. Or maybe it's just a stone offered for no reason but to remind you that even secrets need small shapes to hold them in place. You nod, tuck it into your fur. His grin is all the payment the hush demands. He runs off, leaving a scatter of fresh footprints for rain to chase before dusk. Some say the hush hides everything worth saving. Old bones, bold gossip, fresh lies shaped like truth. Some say it hides nothing at all, that every mark you press into soil or stone is just another promise for the wind to steal away. But when you stand here, toes sinking in the cold, your nose filled with smoke and damp earth, you feel both at once. Hidden and not. Forgotten and remembered. The old hunter calls out a sharp bark that snaps the hush in two. The gatherers slip baskets over shoulders. The younger ones drift to the cave mouth in pairs and threes, laughter puffing clouds into the new sun. A spear point glints in the gray light. Roots, meat, trade, secrets. The hush trails behind them like a thin cloak they can shrug off once the trees swallow their voices. You linger a moment longer. Your palm brushes the stone wall, rough with stories, older than your tongue, older than your bones, older than any scholar's guess at what the hush really means. You close your eyes, press your forehead to the cold. For a heartbeat, you hear it all: firelight, gossip, laughter, teeth in the dark, the gentle hush of dreams folded in smoke. Then you step away, out into the mist. Mud clings to your feet, but doesn't slow you. You carry the hush with you anyway, under your nails, behind your eyes, in the soft hush of your breath, when you wonder what secrets tomorrow's footprints will press into the waiting dark. You do not look back. The hush doesn't ask you to. It waits always beneath the soil's soft, cold, patient whispering that nothing stays buried forever. Not fire, not fear, not footprints swallowed by rain, not the quiet secrets you carry half asleep into the next dream. Yet not every secret sleeps silent under ash. Some wake hungry, pushing their scent into the wind, calling you closer to what rots and feeds at the edge of memory. You squat by a rocky creek bed, fingers numb from cold water, as you dig up a carefully hidden bundle wrapped in animal skin. The stench hits first sharp sour, almost alive in your nose. It's no accident. This, you learn, is your clan's prize, a delicacy of rotted fish, buried weeks ago, to soften tough flesh and unlock flavors no fresh catch could rival. Historians believe these primitive fermentation pits were precursors to techniques that would later bloom into delicacies like Nordic surstrumming or Asian fish sauces. Yet no one agrees exactly when fermentation began. Some argue it dates back 20,000 years. Others claim the evidence is too slippery, like the fish themselves. You picture a clan huddled together, passing chunks of pungent meat from hand to hand, skin glistening in firelight. Children hold their noses, elders smack their lips, and you wonder who first dared to taste the buried surprise. There's something darkly funny about it. The best food you can offer is also the thing most likely to send your stomach into revolt. Still, survival has its trade-offs. Salt wasn't easy to come by ice, even less so. Rot, surprisingly, was the next best preservation trick. A drizzle begins to patter on the hide above your head. You shift your weight on the damp stones and listen to stories of spirits that guard these hidden caches. Some say leaving fish too long risks angering the creek's trickster god. Others scoff, saying spirits have nothing to do with it, just hungry scavengers sniffing at the edges. Researchers still bicker about whether these tales were true religious beliefs or just scary bedtime warnings to keep kids from stealing tomorrow's dinner. The tang fills your mouth even before you taste it. You gag maybe once, maybe twice, then chew through the sour softness with surprising ease. It's not good, but it's nourishment, rich in protein, precious salt, and oil your body craves after cold days and harder nights. You share the last bite with a clanmate who laughs through a mouthful, teasing you for your scrunched-up face. Laughter is a good spice for a rotten fish feast. If you strain your ears, you can almost hear distant surf pounding against faraway rocks. Some theories say coastal foragers learned these tricks from seals and seabirds watching nature's accidental preservation in shallow tide pools. Others argue that people simply stumbled on rot by mistake, an accident of poor storage turned survival tactic. There's no scholarly consensus, but the smell clings to your hands all the same. Before you leave the creek's edge, you bury the remains again, feeding the land that fed you. The fish's ghost lingers on your breath and fingertips as you crawl back toward the campfire's glow, ready for a new taste that might just be stranger than the last. It's funny, isn't it? You stand beside a smoldering pit of coals, staring at a hunk of mammoth fat, so big it would make a modern butcher weep, and yet you wonder if this greasy prize is a gift or a curse. Before you roast your fingers along with the meat, you feel the weight of history pressing in from all sides. Imagine early humans hauling giant slabs of fat back to camp after a successful hunt. They'd carve thick strips, drape them over crackling embers, and savor the sizzle that meant warmth energy and a full belly, at least for a night or two. Researchers still argue whether this fat feast was a miracle fuel for growing brains or a slow clog in ancient arteries. Some say these enormous reserves of calories helped humans evolve bigger brains. Others insist the same fat might have killed them just as quickly, fueling heart disease and clotted blood before anyone knew how veins even worked. You shift your feet closer to the pit. Sparks dance like tiny spirits in the dark. The smell is heady, greasy smoke-singed hair, a sweetness that clings to the back of your throat. Mammoth fat, they say, was so prized that clans would risk their lives against tusks taller than a hut, all for a chance to slice into that thick white treasure hidden beneath bristly skin. Picture it a row of hunters, dragging tusks through frozen marsh breath, fogging in the dawn. Their spears are flint-tipped, their courage borderline foolish. One slip, and you're the mammoth's prize instead. But when the beast finally falls, the celebration echoes for days. Fires blaze all night, and someone maybe you sits guard over the roasting slabs, turning them just so basting them in their own bubbling juices. Bite by bite, you learn how to make the fat last. Some pieces you eat fresh, the warmth still alive on your tongue. Others you render into greasy cakes or smear over dried strips of lean meat, proto-jerky Stone Age trail mix. The clan stores lumps of it in skin bags, hangs them from tree limbs, or buries them in cold pits dug deep into permafrost. Historians still puzzle over how these fatty stores shape survival. Did they really supercharge minds and spark invention? Or were they a convenient myth we tell ourselves, proof that big risks always pay off? There's no neat answer. But here, by the fire-licking grease from your fingers, you sense it might not matter. The warmth in your belly is truth enough. A child runs up barefoot in the snow, eyes wide at the promise of another scrap. You toss them a crispy sliver and watch them scamper back to the shadows. 1,000 generations ago, some version of you did the same. And if you really listen, you might hear that echo, an ancient laugh carried by the wind over the embers, reminding you that sometimes survival is as simple as sharing what drips from a sizzling bone. The fat drips hissing on hot stones. Sparks fly. Somewhere out in the dark, wolves sniff the air, wondering when the feast will slip from human hands to theirs. But for now, you press closer to the warmth, greedy for one more greasy bite before the mammoth's ghost fades into the snow. The berries don't look dangerous at first. They're small, shriveled dots of color hidden beneath thorny branches, their skins puckered by the cold. You crouch low, careful not to scratch your face, and pluck a handful anyway, because sometimes hunger is sharper than caution. You roll one between your thumb and forefinger. It leaks a bitter juice that stains your nail dark red. The taste is worse sharp mouth puckering, the sort of sourness that makes your teeth ache. But it's food, and food is survival. Ancient foragers like you learned this lesson every time they dared to try something new in the wild. No neat maps, no guidebooks, just instinct memory and the unspoken rule that someone somewhere probably got sick first. You chew slowly, feeling the grit of seeds crack between your teeth. The wind rustles the branches overhead, like an old whisper who was the first fool to pop this berry into their mouth. Some scholars still wonder if these early taste tests were deliberate experiments or reckless dares between children crouched behind the elders' backs. Maybe a half-rotten berry turned out to be safe, while a plump, glossy one sent a whole family reeling with stomach cramps. No written records survived, of course only hints in ancient fire pits, seeds burned black by trial and error. You gather a few more, dropping them into a rough-woven pouch at your side. The leather is stiff with age, patched so many times it looks like a map of rivers and scars. Nearby, someone laughs a dry coughing bark that echoes through the brambles. Maybe they found sweeter fruit, or maybe they're mocking you for your sour prize. It's strange to think that berries like these shaped entire migrations. When big game grew scarce or seasons turned harsh, these bitter little morsels filled the gaps. They taught clans which bushes to seek and which forests to avoid. They hinted where the next camp should be built, where spring would bloom first. Researchers debate whether ancient people understood these plants in ways modern gatherers have forgotten. Some argue that early foragers passed secret knowledge down like treasure an oral library of edible and poisonous rules. Others claim it was all guesswork, a lottery of trial and error that cost more lives than it saved. You stand brushing dirt from your knees and pop another berry into your mouth. The sourness makes you wince, but you chew anyway. A low growl from your stomach reminds you that bitterness is better than emptiness. Nearby, a fire crackles in the clearing. You can smell something richer roasting there, mammoth fat perhaps, or fish pulled from the creek you left behind. But here, under thorny branches, you learn a quieter lesson. Sometimes survival tastes awful. Sometimes it leaves your tongue scraped raw and your belly churning with doubts. A child appears at your elbow, eyes wide at the pouch in your hand. They point wordlessly, asking if they can try. You hesitate. Maybe the clan needs testers more than caution. You drop a berry into their palm, watch them squish it between their teeth, and brace for a wince. It comes a grimace so dramatic, it draws a laugh from someone hidden deeper in the brush. Your laugh joins theirs, a dry, brittle sound that floats into the trees. For a moment, the bitterness doesn't matter. You're not alone in this test. The clan's story is written in scrapes and sourness, in the bravery of eating what might make you sick just to find tomorrow's meal. When the last berry is tucked away, you shoulder your pouch and push through the undergrowth thorns tugging at your cloak. Back at camp, the fire burns brighter than ever, its smoke a promise that for now, just for now, you've outsmarted the hunger lurking beyond the shadows. The stick you hold trembles a little in your hands. Its green wood freshly cut sharpened at one end to skewer the fat wriggling prize you just dug from the damp earth. A fat grub Pale glossy, the size of your thumb twists as if it knows exactly what comes next. You press it closer to the embers anyway. The fire's crackle swallows the soft squelch of its final squirm. You're not squeamish, not tonight. Not when the clan waits behind you, hungry eyes glinting in the firelight. Insects might seem like a last resort in your modern mind, but long ago they were a hidden bounty. Fire-roasted grubs, toasted beetles, crunchy larvae protein, when larger prey vanished into the horizon. Some researchers argue insects were the backbone of early survival diets, not just an emergency snack, but a dependable meal when the mammoths fled or the fish pits came up empty. Others roll their eyes, calling it desperation. Food, nothing more than a stopgap for when real meat was scarce. You roll the stick slowly, watching the grub's skin blister and pop. It smells surprisingly good, nutty smoky, rich with fat that drips onto the coals below. The hiss makes someone behind you laugh a soft chuckle at the absurdity of a mighty hunter's feast reduced to a bug on a stick. Yet here you are. Here they all are. Clusters of figures squat in the flickering shadows, swapping quiet jokes about who will get the next bite. A child leans forward, chin smeared, with the last trace of honeycomb, already eyeing your sizzling skewer. You almost want to tease them, pretend you'll eat it all yourself. But the warmth of the fire softens your mischief. You break the silence with a bite. The charred shell cracks, releasing a rush of heat and oil. It's not bad, not a delicacy either, but it coats your tongue with a warmth that fresh leaves and bitter berries never offer. This tiny creature, pulled from the roots of an old log, now fuels your muscles for another cold night. There's something humbling about that. You imagine your ancestors doing the same 1,000 winters ago, grubbing under rotting bark, flicking away dirt and beetles until they found a plump one worth roasting. Some stories whisper that clans marked certain trees as luckier than others, secret spots known only to the elders and the bold children willing to dig where no adult would bother. No records survive naturally. Archaeologists dig up charred bug shells and argue over their meaning. Was it an accident of fire pits or deliberate protein hunting? Did bugs save entire tribes when the hunt failed? Or were they just a side snack, a crunchy footnote in the bigger story of mammoth fat and fish pits? The theories crawl like grubs themselves, wriggling unsatisfied, never fully pinned down. You pass the rest of your roasted prize to the waiting child. They scrunch their nose at first, then giggle as the taste surprises them. A tiny ritual unfolds, a grin, a bite, a quick wipe of greasy fingers on a fur sleeve. Another voice chimes in from the darkness, someone remembering when they were that child hunched over a smoky pit, daring each other to taste the next squirming mouthful. You flick the stick into the flames. Sparks leap up, chasing the night sky. Around you, the clan shifts closer, drawn to the warmth and the promise of another round. Grubs roots fish, fat each bite a gamble, each meal a whisper that maybe tomorrow the mammoths will return. Maybe tomorrow the fish pit will yield more than just bones. But for now, you settle your hands on your knees, letting the heat seep into your skin. You watch the fires dance reflected in a dozen hungry eyes, each of them wondering quietly, sleepily, what strange meal will come next, and who will be brave enough to taste it first. You catch the scent before you see it, something halfway between meat and mildew, sharp enough to make your eyes water, yet oddly tempting all the same. You kneel near a low slab of rock, nudging aside moss to reveal a bundle wrapped in hide. You already know what waits inside spoiled meat, left to age just enough to turn tough sinew tender and chewable, but not so far that it kills you outright. It's a delicate balance. Too fresh, and you wear out your teeth, gnawing through muscle that could outlast stone. Too rotten, and you'll spend the night curled by the fire, clutching your belly, whispering prayers to ancestors you hope are still listening. The clan's elders claim they can smell the line between safe and fatal one whiff, and they know if tonight's gamble will pay off or send half the camp stumbling to the creek, cursing the dark. You pry open the hide with numb fingers. A wave of pungent air rolls over you. You hold your breath, then lean closer, pretending the sting in your nose means flavor, not disaster. Some say early humans discovered this trick by accident, a half-buried carcass left too long in the snow, found just before the wolves. Others argue it was no accident at all. Rotten meat, when handled with care, was a Stone Age marinade, a softener for jaws that hadn't yet learned to bake bread or boil stews. No one agrees how they survived the gamble. Researchers argue over scraps of bone marks of blade and tooth, trying to piece together ancient meals from stains in the dirt. Was mild spoilage a deliberate craft passed down like secret spice recipes, or sheer necessity when hunting failed and the fire pit looked emptier than a hollow skull? You slice a strip from the side. It's darker than fresh meat, slick where the fat has turned and the fibers started to break down. A dog, lean and twitchy, inches closer to your elbow nose, twitching at the promise of scraps. You toss it the first bite better to test on fur and teeth than your own cautious stomach. The dog snaps it up, tail wagging, eyes sharp for more. A good sign, maybe. Or just proof that dogs have stronger guts than people ever will. You hold your portion over the embers for a moment, just enough to sear the edges, burn off what needs burning, leave the rest soft. It hisses in the firelight, dripping fat, and something you'd rather not name. You bite. The taste is complex, sour, gamey, almost sweet at the edges where the spoil turns to softness. You chew slow, careful. Each swallow feels like a promise to your own insides. Behave tonight, please. Someone behind you coughs a joke about your bravery or your foolishness. They reach for their own sliced nose, wrinkling eyes, darting from you to the dog and back again. If it lives, so will we, the look says. Survival has always been a shared wager. The fire pops and cracks. Sparks land on your sleeve, vanish before they catch. You lean back on your heels, licking the grease from your fingertips. It's strange how something so foul by modern standards was once a treasure, a secret trick for turning famine into feast. A soft laugh bubbles in your throat as you think of the modern fridge, humming quietly behind closed doors, so far from this sharp, sour gamble beneath starlit trees. Researchers still puzzle over just how widespread these rot tricks were. Some claim they were rare, desperate measures used only when winter bit too deep. Others suspect they were part of everyday life, an early lesson in fermentation, a first taste of food science before anyone knew the word science at all. The dog circles back, hoping for seconds. You toss it another shred, watch it vanish in a gulp. Maybe you and the mutt aren't so different after all, both betting on instinct, noses to the wind, hoping the gut will hold out till morning. Someone calls you closer to the fire's heart. More meat waits fresher cuts this time, but you hesitate. There's an odd pride in finishing what you started, swallowing the last sour scrap without complaint. You do, and the taste clings to your tongue like a ghost of old ways, proof that what disgusts you can also keep you alive if you're willing to trust your nose, your clan, and the hungry dog that never leaves your side. You hear them before you see them, tiny wings buzzing in the thick brush, the faint hum of danger hidden inside sweetness. Wild honey hunts were never for the faint of heart. They were a gamble between hunger and stings, a dance with bees that guarded their treasure with every tiny drop of venom they could muster. You push through the brambles, feeling your bare arms scratch against thorn and twig. Ahead, the hum grows louder. A faint golden scent cuts through the forest's damp breath. Warm wax-old flowers, something bright and heavy that makes your mouth water. You spot the hive halfway up a crooked tree, a dark oval smudged against pale bark. Stories say ancient clans treated honey like treasure, a shimmering prize, traded or hidden away when times got lean. Some researchers argue these wild hives were clan secrets, landmarks more valuable than hunting trails or fishing pits. Others scoff, saying it was all luck. If you found a hive, you risked the stings, and that was that. Either way, here you are, barefoot on cold ground, weighing the sweetness against the pain. You watch an elder. First, always, an elder. They know the trick, the way to breathe smoke into the hive's mouth, to quiet the buzzing guards just long enough to pry out combs heavy with gold. They wave you closer, and you crouch low, feeling the sting in your knees as sap clings to your skin. The smoke drifts through the branches, a thin veil that smells of damp moss and burnt leaves. Bees swirl confused, but not yet furious. A hand reaches up a rough palm, scarred from years of mistakes, and snaps free a chunk of comb. It drips thick and slow down the elder's wrist. You taste it with your eyes, first glistening, amber-studded with pollen grains that cling like tiny suns. The elder bites teeth, sinking into wax and sugar. They grunt, satisfied, and pass it to you. You bite too. It's sweet, beyond anything you've known, sharper than the berries, softer than the fish. A burst of warmth that sticks to your tongue and gums. You chew the wax like cud, spit the scraps onto the forest floor. Someone laughs behind you. Maybe they know the feeling, that rush of sweetness that reminds you why you braved the swarm in the first place. Historians still puzzle over how early humans tracked these hives. Some claim they followed beelines for miles, reading their flight, like runes etched across the sky. Others believe they watched animals bear birds. Other thieves learned by imitation, then improved the method with smoke and cunning. There's no agreement. Only guesses drifting like the smoke that curls around your ankles now. A low buzz grows sharper. The bees regroup, realizing what's been stolen. You press deeper into the brush, licking sticky honey from your knuckles, ignoring the itch of a sting that landed just below your ear. A fair trade, you think, a drop of blood for a mouthful of sweetness that will feed you through the next lean moon. Back at the camp, the honeycomb disappears in minutes. Children smear it across their chins. Elders tuck lumps of wax behind cracked teeth to chew like gossip. You wonder how many arguments this treasure caused, who claimed which hive, who stole from whom, which clans traded sweet gold for stories or skins. Some say these little conflicts shaped early trade routes. Small wars fought not for land or water, but for the chance to taste something that made the harsh world seem briefly kind. Night creeps in as the last slivers of comb vanish into hungry mouths. You toss the wax scrap into the fire and watch it curl into black ribbons of smoke. The taste lingers, clinging to your teeth, even as the bitter scent of burning hides it. You feel the first drops of rain tap your shoulders, a reminder that sweetness never comes easy, never stays long. Somewhere in the shadows, a child asks when you'll find the next hive. You smile, flick a bit of wax at their foot, and shrug. The bees will always keep secrets, but so will you. And tomorrow, When the hunger returns, you'll follow the hum through the trees again, hoping your courage outlasts their sting. You dig with your hands, first, fingers, prying through cold, stubborn soil, while the others stand watch spears in hand, just in case the forest decides you look edible tonight. Roots don't run after all, but danger does. So, you kneel their breath, clouding in the morning chill, and pull at a gnarled tuber that might not look like much, but will keep a stomach quiet when the mammoth trails are empty and the fish pit yields nothing but bones. The root comes loose with a satisfying snap. It's lumpy, half caked in dirt, and smells faintly of bitter earth and old leaves. You toss it onto a scrap of bark and reach for another. Charred roots, primitive plain, yet oddly ingenious. Some say these underground treasures were the first real test kitchens dug up, thrown straight into coals, scraped clean of charred skins, then chewed until the starch stuck between your teeth. Archaeologists argue about just how important these charred lumps were. Some claim they were daily bread, before bread, simple, reliable enough to fuel brains bigger than those of rival hunters who hadn't figured out how to coax sweetness from stone. Others insist they were backup food, at best more filler than feast a fallback, when bigger prey slipped the net or fled into the high snow. But you know better tonight. Your knees ache from kneeling, your shoulders twitch from the cold breeze slithering through the trees. Meat is for lucky days. Honey is for the brave. Berries are for the reckless. Roots are for the careful, the quiet, the patient ones who understand that survival is often slow, work done on your knees in the dirt. You haul the roots back to the pit where a low fire waits. The clan crowds close. Heat is scarce, even when the flames dance bright. One elder takes the first root, rolls it into the embers, lets the skin blister and blacken, while embers spit tiny sparks into the night. The smell isn't mouth-watering like meat or honey. It's smoky, acrid, carrying a hint of hidden sweetness that makes your tongue twitch with curiosity. You settle cross-legged watching as someone flips the roots with a charred stick. The children fidget. They'd rather chase wild bees or dig for grubs than wait for lumps of starch to soften. But they know better than to wander far in the dark where the trees whisper and the wolves prowl. So they sit, knees drawn to chests, eyes wide at the promise that something bland and blackened might fill their bellies tonight. The first root emerges from the coals, its scorched flaking ash and crackling in the elder's cracked palm. They peel it with a quick flick of a stone blade, revealing a pale, steaming core that steams in the firelight. The smell sharpens caramel and earth a warmth that reminds you food doesn't always need to look pretty to save a life. You're handed a piece. You bite down. The inside is soft, slightly sweet, fibrous enough to make your jaw work, but tender compared to the raw, rock-hard lump you pried from the dirt. The warmth fills you, chasing the edge off the wind that slips between cloaks and hides. Somewhere across the embers, someone mutters a half-joke about the clan's secret menu: rotten fish, sour berries, grubs on sticks, and lumps of dirt turned gold by fire. A laugh circles the group, soft-tired but real. The child next to you nudges closer, chewing their own scrap with a focused frown. It's not a feast, but it's enough. Researchers dig through ancient hearths, sifting through ash for clues, blackened fragments of root, ghostly starch residues stuck to stone tools. Some believe this quiet practice, this simple digging and charring, sustained entire generations when hunts failed and rivers froze. Others argue the evidence is too patchy, the story too neat. But here now, with the taste of scorched earth on your tongue, you know exactly how real it is. The fire burns lower. You toss another root into the coals, flicking sparks into the shadows, where they vanish like tiny stars. The clan settles deeper into cloaks and furs, letting the warmth seep in through dirty fingers and half-empty stomachs. You lean back, feeling the hard ground press against your spine, listening to the soft crunch of teeth on root and the quiet promise that tomorrow you'll dig again, always digging, always charring, always surviving one mouthful at a time. Salt spray hits your face before you see the prize. You stand at the edge of a low tide, pool rocks slick beneath your feet, waves curling and hissing just out of reach. Somewhere below the surface, hidden in cracks and crevices, tonight's meal waits hard shells, packed tight with briny promise, a feast if you're patient enough to pry them free. Shellfish feasts were coastal gold, a bounty you didn't have to chase across endless plains or trap in clever pits. No stampedes, no spear wounds, just cold hands, sharp stones, and the stubbornness to wedge open nature's locked pantry. You squat down, run your fingertips along the barnacle-crusted rocks, feeling for the faint shift of a clam or the gritty edge of an oyster. Historians argue over just how central these saltwater treasures were. Some claim coastal clans thrived where inland cousins starved their bones stronger, their teeth less worn from chewing tough mammoth or gritty roots. Others counter that the ocean's gifts were fickle storms. Tides rival bands crowding the best pools until the rocks were picked clean. There's no neat answer, only broken shells left behind in ancient middens, like quiet confessions that someone once cracked them open and slurped down the sea. You spot the first one wedged tight under a ledge. Cold water seeps up your sleeves as you work your stone blade into the gap. It takes 3 tries, slipping swearing under your breath, before the shell pops free with a dull snap that echoes against the rocks. You hold it up, dripping salt water, slick with greenish moss. A child splashes closer, barefoot teeth chattering. They watch wide-eyed as you crack the shell open on a flat rock. Inside, pale flesh glistens in the last light of day, smelling of brine and something deeper, an ancient taste that carries the hush of crashing waves and secrets whispered by the tide. You hand the morsel over. The child hesitates, nose wrinkling. Then hunger wins. They slurp it down in one messy gulp grin, splitting their wind-chapped face. You both laugh, the sound carried off by the wind and buried in the hiss of the next wave. More shells wait. You work methodically, blade scraping rock, prying, twisting, popping. Sometimes you slip, cutting your knuckles on barnacles that shred skin like paper. Blood mixes with salt. You don't mind. Pain's just the tax for a full belly, when the clan gathers by driftwood fires and shares whatever you pull from the sea's cold mouth. Behind you, elders squat in the shallows, sleeves rolled, high piles of limp seaweed draped over their arms like trophies. They mumble among themselves quiet disputes over which pools yield more, which tides hide the fattest mussels. Some say these shorelines were the first real feasts where early bands gathered not just to eat, but to trade stories, songs, gossip. Coastal life made for softer winters and sharper rivalries. Researchers still bicker over the evidence. Did these feasts feed healthier bodies? Did the sea's easy abundance shape clans who lived longer, wandered less dreamed-up rituals under moonlit waves? Or was it just another piece in the survival puzzle, an edge, yes, but no more reliable than the hunt or the honeycomb? The shells don't say. They just pile up centuries deep in ancient refuse heaps that whisper of laughter, fire's hands slick with brine. You rinse another clam in the shallows, teeth chattering now as the cold sinks deeper into your bones. The child splashes back for seconds, demanding with a grin that you crack one more. You do. You always do. Hunger's grip doesn't let go just because your fingers go numb. When your basket's full, you haul it back up the rocks. The clan circles the driftwood fire, throwing scraps of seaweed on the flames for a quick, salty burst of smoke. Shells crack open between stone blades and eager hands. Brine drips onto sandy feet. A soft chant begins, half lullaby, half ritual, thanking the restless ocean for what it gave up tonight. Inland cousins may argue over roots and mammoth fat, but here under a salt-sprayed moon, you know the truth. The tide brings life in waves salty and sharp, just waiting for patient hands to pry it loose. And when the last shell hits the midden pile, the ocean's hush promises you'll come back tomorrow. Knees-wet knuckles scraped prying at rocks that never quite give up all their secrets. You wouldn't think to squeeze a wild animal for breakfast. Yet here you are half hidden in tall grass at dawn, watching a shaggy reindeer shift nervously as you inch closer with a rough bark bucket in hand. It sounds absurd now, but once upon a time some clans believed in milk before cows, an idea half whispered through broken bones and residue on ancient pots that puzzle scholars even today. You step carefully, feet damp with dew, breath steaming in the thin morning air. The reindeer snorts, stamps a hoof into the frosty ground, its eyes darting from you to the horizon, where the sun creeps up like a timid flame. It knows your smell, maybe knows the salt of your sweat, the rustle of your cloak as you shuffle sideways. It knows, too, that you want something that doesn't belong to you. Warmth, pulled from under its belly, a trickle of life that might mean the difference between hunger and hope. Some researchers insist these scenes were real, that desperate bands on cold plains learned to slip in at the right moment just after birth, maybe when a mother beast's milk swelled heavy and her guard dropped in exhaustion. Others roll their eyes, arguing, "It's romantic nonsense. Wild animals don't stand still for clumsy hands and bark buckets no matter how hungry the tribe." There's no final answer, just broken tools, stained clay shards, scraps of myth that smell faintly of grass and milk. The reindeer shifts again. You freeze. Somewhere behind you, a child coughs too loud. The animal jerks its head ears, flicking back, and for a heartbeat, you think it'll bolt, leaving you clutching an empty bucket and an empty belly. But luck, or something like it, holds fast. She settles, lets out a soft grunt, resigned maybe to this awkward pact between wildness and human need. Your fingers are clumsy cold, but they know the motion well enough. Squeeze, release, squeeze again. A thin stream splashes the bottom of the bucket, frothy, warm enough that you almost weep from relief. The child inches closer, eyes wide as they watch breakfast bloom in slow drips and spurts. There's a hush to this work, no laughter, no chatter. Just the soft suck of milk and the quiet prayers that the reindeer doesn't change her mind. You wonder if those early bands felt the same guilt you taste now this line you cross between hunter and thief, borrowing life from a creature that never asked to share it. Yet here you are, doing what it takes so that small bodies sleep with full bellies and cold nights pass with fewer cries in the dark. Back at camp, the milk is precious heated gently in a clay pot that cracks if you don't watch the fire's hunger. The smell is earthy strange compared to the roasted meats and sour berries you know too well. Some sip it straight warm and thin, the closest thing to comfort in a world that rarely gives softness for free. Others stir in scraps of crushed root honey, if you're lucky, turning it into a quiet luxury shared by elders and children first. There are stories, half-truths, maybe of bands who learned to follow herds, not just for hides and meat, but for this trickle of milk that tided them through lean weeks. Some say it was the first step toward something bigger, the seed that sprouted into herders and fences, stone huts, and paddocks, a shift from wandering hunger to waiting harvest. Others call it nonsense, a bedtime myth for restless children who ask too many questions. The bones in the earth don't answer. They just keep their silence like the reindeer that flicks her ear at you now and trudges off into the dawn, her gift taken, her freedom still her own. You swirl what's left in the bucket, watching the pale liquid catch firelight as the clan stirs awake. A child leans close enough to tip it, giggling when a drop splashes onto your knee. You flick a fingerful back, pretending to scold, but your smile gives you away. No one knows for sure if this morning's prize is myth or memory. But the warmth in your belly says the stories might be true. That once, long before fences and fields, someone crouched just like this, breath misting in dawn's chill, coaxing a reluctant animal to share something softer than blood or bone. And when the fire cracks louder, the pot emptied and wiped clean, you promise yourself you'll try again tomorrow. Same hush, same risk, same fragile pact with wildness that knows no fence yet. You pinch a handful of green leaves between your fingers, crushing them just enough to release a sharp, bitter scent that makes your nose twitch. Someone near the fire gives you a skeptical look. Herbs, they say, are a waste of good heat when meat alone can do the job. But you disagree, just as your ancestors did when they scattered wild flavors over roasting flesh long before any spice merchants crossed deserts with precious cargo in dusty sacks. You sprinkle the herbs over a slab of meat skewered above the embers. The leaves curl and blacken as fat drips down hissing when it hits the coals. The scent that rises is brighter than smoke alone, sharp and grassy, cutting through the heavy sweetness of roasting fat. For a heartbeat, the campfire smells less like a survival pit and more like a promise that eating could be about more than just not starving. Some researchers argue that these charred traces of wild thyme garlic or pungent seeds were proof of early culinary curiosity, ancient gourmets who understood flavor as well as hunger. Others think it was all medicinal, a hedge against invisible sicknesses that lurked in half-cooked cuts and spoiled scraps. The truth, as always, lies hidden in the ashes, stone mortars, stained green plant fibers, trapped in ancient teeth, scattered pollen grains, waiting for a scientist's careful brush. You crouch lower, turning the skewer so the juices run over the crisping leaves, basting the meat in bitterness and smoke. A child edges closer, nose wrinkled in curiosity. They've tasted plain meat, chewy, heavy filling, but bland after the first few bites. They don't yet know how a sprig of herb can twist the taste just enough to make the next mouthful feel new. You pluck a charred leaf and place it on your tongue. It's sharp, almost minty, with an edge that cuts through the fattiness coating your teeth. There's no neat name for it, no jar labeled with a merchant seal. Just a handful of green life plucked from the edges of a clearing, tucked into a pouch alongside flints and feathers and other small magics that keep the world at bay. A cough of laughter drifts from the other side of the fire. An elder teases you for wasting time. Why worry about taste when survival's on the line? You grin, toss another handful of leaves on the coals just to annoy them, and watch the smoke rise thicker, spicier, swirling around faces turned toward the heat. There's an old debate buried in this small ritual. Did these clans sprinkle herbs for flavor for ceremony or for safety? Some argue that bitterness masked the off notes of questionable cuts, kept stomachs settled when meat turned iffy. Others insist the plants were medicine first taste, second tiny defenses against invisible enemies that lurked in every bite. The oldest bones don't say. They only hold the ghost of flavors, secrets tucked deep in enamel and charred pits, where once a sprig of wild something made survival taste like an idea rather than a burden. You pass the first skewer to the child. They sniff at eyebrows, knitting together, then bite. The surprise crosses their face in an instant. Something new, something sharp that lifts the heavy meat into a different corner of their mouth. They grin around the chew bits of green stuck to their lips. You think of the line that connects this moment to kitchens that don't yet exist. Future hearths where spices cross oceans and herbs command silver, where tiny leaves mean trade and trust and power, disguised as flavor. A soft wind rattles through the trees. Sparks drift up and vanish among cold stars. You breathe deep taste, the last curl of smoke and bitter leaf on your tongue, and feel a quiet pride at the thought that maybe you're more than a hungry animal tonight. Maybe you're something braver, stranger, a creature who craves not just meat, but the small surprise of taste that turns eating into a ritual worth remembering. Behind you, more hands reach for sprigs, tucked in leather pouches, cautious at first, then bolder, as the scent proves too tempting to ignore. The elder grumbles, but takes a piece when offered, chewing, with theatrical suspicion, before a grunt of approval gives them away. No one records this moment in ink or stone. No scroll will carry your experiment through centuries. But when the coals burn low and the last scraps are tucked away for dawn, the memory will linger on every tongue, survival softened by a handful of bitter green proof that even in a world of bare teeth and cold nights, taste matters too. You squat by the edge of a shallow pit, dug into damp earth, watching thin wisps of smoke curl up through a layer of clay and packed leaves. If someone from the far future stumbled across this hole, they might call it primitive mud ovens, earth pits, lumps of smoldering stones. But to you and the clan, huddled close, it's nothing less than a quiet revolution fire, buried in soil, coaxing tough cuts and stubborn roots into soft, steaming promise. A small hum of voices drifts around you. Murmured jokes, the shush of an elder scolding a child for peeking too close. This pit isn't new. It's old magic, learned through careful mistakes. Burned fingers, half-raw lumps, nights when the fire died too soon, and hungry bellies rolled restless under fur cloaks. You brush ash from your palms and lean closer. Heat radiates through the clay like a hidden heartbeat. The scent is richer than a spit roast over open flames, deeper, earthier, flavored by smoke trapped beneath layers of sod and stone. Some say this trick spread slowly from clan to clan, an idea whispered across trade fires taught in grunts and gestures long before words for oven or recipe found their place on tongues. Historians still squabble over who first buried hot stones in dirt and called it cooking. Some say it started in coastal sands, where fish baked under layers of seaweed. Others point to mountain clans, who lined pits with flat stones, layering meat and roots and wild herbs in a careful stack that turned bland scraps into feasts worth waiting half a day to taste. The origins blur, shifting with every new excavation of charred pits and clay fragments that don't quite agree on their birthplace. Tonight, the pit is your inheritance. You sit back on your heels, feeling warmth seep up through your knees, and listen to the slow hiss of steam rising through the packed soil. Someone lifts a flap of woven reeds, peeking inside. A wave of fragrant air escapes meat so soft it almost melts roots, turned sweet, where they rest against hot stones. You think of the other ways the clan might have cooked without this simple trick: meat scorched on sticks until charred black fish, half smoked over green wood roots, gnawed raw and gritty under restless teeth. There's a kind of quiet genius in digging a hole, feeding it stones and coals, covering your dinner like a secret you'll unwrap when the world grows darker and colder. A child leans into your side eyes wide with impatience. They tug your sleeve, whispering questions you only half hear: when, how soon will there be enough? You ruffle their hair with an ash-smeared hand, pointing to the thin trickle of smoke that tells you all you need to know. Patience, little one. Good things come slow when the fire sleeps in the dirt. Researchers still debate whether these mud ovens were born from accident or brilliance. Did a clan bury hot coals to protect them from wind and rain, only to discover the buried meat the next day, so tender it fell apart between greedy fingers? Or did careful minds plan it from the start, testing soil and stone, reading smoke and steam like messages from the earth itself? There's no single answer, just charred bones and half-burned baskets dug up centuries later, stubborn clues that refuse to settle into neat stories. You reach for a long stick, prodding the edge of the pit. Steam bursts free, thick and fragrant, drifting toward the circle of hungry faces that tightens around you. The clan hushes itself, a rare moment of silence as mouths water and eyes gleam in the flickering firelight. A laugh bubbles up in your throat as you lift the first slab meat so soft it shreds under its own weight, roots split open like sweet smoky treasure. You pass pieces around fingers, brushing fingers, grease streaking chins, jokes whispered between mouthfuls. The pit is more than an oven tonight. It's a hearth without walls, a secret reminder that survival can be clever as well as hard. No one here writes the recipe down. No one sketches diagrams in the dirt. The knowledge lives in hands and eyes, in the memory of burnt palms and hungry nights, in the way you pack coals, just so, and drape leaves to trap the steam. The pit will collapse one day, the clay crumbling back into the earth that lent its heat. But the story will linger quiet, warm, buried deep like fire under soil. And when dawn breaks and only the ashes remain, someone will dig again. A new pit, a new meal, the same old magic reborn. Each time hunger whispers that the earth can be coaxed to cook if only you know where to dig and how to listen for the heat beneath your feet. You find the mushrooms where the forest is darkest, just beyond the edge of the clearing, where the firelight stops flickering and the damp moss eats the sound of your footsteps. You crouch low, pushing aside ferns heavy with last night's rain, and spot the pale shapes clustered against an old rotting log. Fungi, neither plant nor beast, a strange half-secret that hides in shadow and feeds on decay, perfect food or perfect poison, depending on who you ask and how lucky you feel. You pluck one gently. It's cold and slick in your palm, smelling faintly of wet bark and the memory of rain. The child beside you hesitates to touch it. Smart child. These small caps can fill a belly or empty it for good, an ancient gamble that every clan knows by heart, yet never quite trusts completely. Back by the fire, the elders sort the night's find under a canopy of smoke and half-whispered warnings. Some mushrooms go straight onto hot stones near the embers, their caps curling as heat teases out an earthy perfume that makes even sour berries seem tame by comparison. Others are set aside, too pale, too bright, too soft at the edges. Those, the elders say, stay in the forest where they belong. Historians squabble endlessly about mushrooms. Were they staple food, a rare delicacy, or the accidental reason someone's final meal turned into a cautionary tale? Some say clans dried them on racks of woven sticks, stockpiling spongy bundles for seasons when roots and fish gave up their gifts too soon. Others argue that fungi were more folklore than food spirits, in disguised temptations for the reckless who didn't know when to say no. There's no neat answer. The ground offers only scattered spores and a few blackened caps clinging to ancient fire pits, proof that the line between supper and sickness was never clear. You watch an elder test a cap, brushing away dirt before slicing it thin with a flint blade. The slices curl on the hot stone's edges, browning to crispy gold. A wisp of smoke floats past your nose, rich, nutty, oddly comforting. Someone behind you coughs out a laugh, muttering that not every experiment goes so well. There's always the story of the cousin who thought red spots meant sweetness, not stomach cramps, and a grave by dawn. You pinch a piece between your fingers, blow on it to cool the steam, and bite. The taste is earthy and soft, soaking up smoke, like old cloth soaks rain. It's richer than root, gentler than bitter berries, proof that sometimes the forest gives up treasures that don't bite back. A child giggles as they steal a slice from your hand, daring the elders to scold. They don't. They know the risk is low tonight. These caps have been tested, tasted, argued over for seasons upon seasons. Still, the child chews slowly, eyes flicking to the shadows where more mushrooms sleep, waiting for someone braver or hungrier to pick the wrong one. Stories swirl around the flames, half-true legends that bind the clan tighter than hunger ever could. One voice swears that old hunters used mushrooms for more than supper trances, by the fire visions that cracked the sky open wide enough to see spirits dancing above the trees. Another laughs it off dreamers' tales, they say, excuses for reckless bites that went wrong, and left men raving about talking deer and whispering shadows. You toss another handful of slices onto the stones, listening to them sizzle and hiss. Your fingers smell of soil, and smoke, your tongue tingles with leftover taste. You wonder if those old stories have roots deeper than the ferns you brushed aside, if maybe there was a time when someone didn't just eat the forest's secrets, but spoke with them too, wrapped in sleep and firelight. There's no proof. The charred rings of old camps tell no tales. Researchers poke at traces of spores, puzzle over scraps of burnt caps, argue across pages, and conferences about how much was food and how much was faith. The mushrooms never answer. They grow where they please feed on rot and rain sprout, where no one expects, and vanish when you boast too loudly about finding them twice. When the last slice crisps to the edge of burning, you scoop it up, passing pieces around the circle. Hands reach out, dirty, calloused, grateful for one more bite before the shadows grow too thick to trust. You pop the final bit into your mouth, chewing slow, tasting earth and ember. The child beside you leans sleepy against your arm, a faint smile smudged across berry-stained lips. Tomorrow, the forest will offer more secrets. Some you'll take, some you'll leave. Some will fill your belly. Others will wait in the dark for the next fool with empty hands and a hungry heart. For now, you listen to the fire crackle, feel the warmth soak your bones, and whisper thanks to the forest that feeds you sometimes with roots and fish, sometimes with shadows and ghosts hiding in plain sight. You crouch in the dirt by the fire, fingering a strange nut between your thumb and forefinger. It's not from here anyone can see that. Its shell is smoother than local seeds, its shape wrong for these woods. You roll it over, testing its weight, and wonder whose hands passed it along the invisible trails that wind from one clan to the next like veins under skin. Long before borders or coin purses trade was an idea that slipped between caves and forests like whispers carried on cold wind. Some say these early exchanges were accidents, a stray visitor leaving seeds behind by the fire, a lost wanderer dropping a fruit that took root where no tree like it had grown before. Others argue the networks were sprawling on purpose, as wide and tangled as roots beneath the forest floor, binding distant families in silent contracts. I'll give you this taste of far-off sweetness if you share what your stones or bones can craft. Tonight, you hold proof in your palm. This nut might have traveled from a river delta, weeks away, passed hand to hand, pouch to pouch, payment for a flint blade or a woven net. No one here grows these trees. No one here has seen their wide canopies or the animals that fight for their fallen fruit. But here you are, prying it open with a cracked tooth because the clan's stories say the flesh inside is worth the gamble. A small crowd gathers as you pass the nut around. Fingers trace its smooth shell. Voices murmur half-truths. Who brought it? Who traded what for it? Whether it came from the coast, where the salt tastes like freedom, or from deep inland, where forests stand thicker than secrets. There's a thrill in it, this taste of somewhere else, a glimpse of people you'll never meet, but who shaped your night anyway, long before you cracked the shell. You hold the nut over the fire, letting heat coax out the oil inside. The scent drifts rich buttery with a sharp note that makes your mouth water. A child peeks around your elbow, eyes wide. They ask if you're sure it's safe. You shrug, and the elder by your side chuckles. Nothing worth tasting ever comes without risk. You tap the shell on a rock until it splits with a soft crack. Inside, the flesh is pale oily, almost sweet-smelling. You take a bite cautious. It's soft, creamy, unlike the tough roots and gritty berries that fill your days. One taste, and you understand why someone walked days, maybe weeks, just to bring this here. Historians scratch their heads at these ancient trade trails. Some believe they were simple clan to clan, neighbor to neighbor, each step a slow barter that moved seed stones and gossip across continents before anyone called them continents. Others suspect the paths were more ambitious than we'll ever know. Wide webs that stretch from icy plains to warm jungles, carrying not just nuts and fruits, but ideas too. How to dig a better pit, how to ferment fish, how to shape bone into more than just a knife. No clay tablets record these exchanges. The proof hides in seeds that don't belong, beads, carved from bones of animals never hunted here, shells found far from any sea. Quiet artifacts that shout one truth: no clan survived alone. Even the loneliest fire circle glowed brighter when strangers dropped by, offering a taste of far-off sweetness in exchange for stories or shelter. You pass the nut to the child, who breaks off a piece with tiny teeth. They grin, oil slicking their chin. Someone behind you whistles low, impressed by the taste or by the thought that the forest's edge is not the end of the world, but only a bend in a longer road. The fire cracks louder as more nuts appear. From leather pouches, someone traded wisely, it seems, holding back the best until tonight's shadows grew long enough to share. Small piles of unknown seeds join the nut's dried fruit that puckers your tongue, slivers of bark that might become tomorrow's brew. You chew slowly, tasting places you've never walked, imagining trees heavy with fruit you'll never see unless you decide to follow the trail backward one day. leaving your own scraps and seeds at another clan's fire in turn. The circle hums with quiet wonder. Somewhere beyond the trees, wind rustles branches that once felt like borders, but now seem more like open doors. You lean back, belly warm head, full of distant trees and unseen rivers, and smile at the thought that long before coins clinked in pockets, the true wealth of the world was always simple. A stranger's taste carried home in the fold of a cloak, cracked open by the fire savored under stars that don't care who calls which patch of earth home. You watch the scraps disappear piece by piece, the last charred bones passed from hand to hand around the glowing embers. Leftovers might seem like a modern idea, something tucked into a cold box for tomorrow's lunch. But long before iceboxes and tin-foil scraps were currency caution and quiet politics all at once. You sit back on your haunches, chewing the final strip of gristle that someone else didn't want your eyes flicking from face to face as the clan settles into its familiar pattern. There's an order here, one older than any spoken rule, who gets the biggest hunk of mammoth fat, who sucks the marrow last, who pretends they're full, but sneaks a scrap when backs are turned. Some researchers think these mealtime rituals were fair, that ancient clans split each meal evenly, so no belly went empty when the hunt failed, or the fish pit yielded little more than bones and brine. Others argue it was a pecking order, as sharp as any predator's teeth. Elders first hunters, next children, somewhere in the middle, the weakest last in line for the smallest bite. The truth probably shifts like smoke one rule for a feast day another, when snow drifts deep and hunger snaps at the edge of reason. You watch an elder crack open a bone with a smooth stone, pressing the splintered shaft to their mouth to slurp out the last trace of marrow. The sound is soft, almost hidden by the wind rattling the branches overhead. A child inches closer, eyes fixed on the oily treasure, and the elder pauses, meets the small stare, then sighs and passes the bone over. The child grins, sinks tiny teeth into what's left, and the circle watches with a flicker of approval that no one speaks aloud. Fairness is tricky in a world where a single mistake, one missed hunt, one spoiled fish pit, can split the clan apart faster than any rival band's spear. So the scraps become more than scraps. They're tests of loyalty, of patience, of who eats last without complaint, and who hoards a mouthful behind their cloak when no one's looking. You shift your weight closer to the fire's warmth, listening to the soft crunch of bone against stone. Someone jokes about the rules, how every scrap is watched, how every glance at someone else's pile is a silent question. Do you deserve that bit more than I do? The joke drifts away in smoke, half laughed, half true. Historians sift through ancient middens, piles of cracked bones and charred seeds buried under centuries of dust, trying to read fairness in the layers. Did these leftovers prove generosity or greed? Were they evidence of equality around the fire, or quiet reminders that someone always went to sleep hungrier than the rest? There's no neat answer, only fragments. Teeth worn flat by tough meat, tiny bite marks that don't match adult jaws. Ghost stories hidden in a scatter of scraps that once fed a dozen souls under a moon like this one. A laugh pulls you back to the present. Someone flicks a leftover fish spine at your knee, playful, half daring you to complain about what's left. You grin, pluck it from the dirt, suck the last soft flesh from the brittle edge. It's nothing yet, everything one more small bite that means you're part of the circle tonight, trusted to clean the bones so no ghost of a meal goes wasted. A hush settles as the last embers crackle down to coals. The circle shifts closer, shoulders pressed together for warmth and comfort, as much as for the thin protection from the night that presses in from every direction. You pass the empty bone back into the pile, watching it land among other clean-picked scraps, proof of a meal shared well enough to keep tomorrow's hunt from slipping into arguments before dawn. Researchers debate whether these quiet, careful divisions built the first rules of human fairness seeds that grew into codes, kinship laws carved into stone. Or maybe they were just instinct pack behavior, borrowed from wolves and wild dogs, a way to keep the strong fed without forgetting the small hands that would carry the next hunt on skinny shoulders. You lean your head back, stare up at a sky thick with stars that don't care how tonight's scraps are split. The child with the marrow bone drifts off against an elder's side, sticky grin fading into sleep. The wind rustles the bones in the pile like a soft reminder that fairness is always a moving target, fragile, shifting with each empty stomach and greedy glance. Tomorrow, the scraps will be fresh again. New meat, new laughter, new tests of who eats first and who licks the last grease from the pit's cracked stones. And maybe that's enough a small rule, older than any fence or crown, that says if you share what's left, you'll wake to share again. The fire's almost out when the last odd drink makes its quiet circle around the clan. You hold a rough clay cup close to your nose, sniffing the sharp, half-sour scent of something that was fruit, once fruit mashed and forgotten in a hide pouch until it turned from sweet to sharp, from safe to something that hums through your chest long before you swallow. This isn't the warmth of mammoth fat or the quick burst of honey on your tongue. This is ritual warmth, a secret shared under stars when the hunt is done, when the fish pits sleep beneath their stone lids, and the last scraps of root blacken in dying embers. Some call it sap beer, some call it fruit mash, some just lift the cup and drink without naming it at all. You tilt it back, letting the taste wash over your teeth sour, almost biting. But there's sweetness buried in it too, a reminder of berries left too long in the sun, or tree sap left to gather rain. Your tongue curls at the edge of the sourness, but your throat wants more. Around you, others sip in silence, heads dipped close, as if this brimming cup holds 100 secrets worth keeping. Historians still argue about these old brews. Did Stone Age bands stumble into fermentation by accident fruit forgotten in leather bags until it bubbled and fizzed? Or was it deliberate, a careful whispered craft passed around the circle like fire? Some say these primitive drinks shaped more than hunger. They sparked new stories, soothed rivalries, coaxed confessions from lips too shy to speak in daylight. The truth, as always, lies somewhere under cracked clay shards and stained pits dug deep beneath ancient camps, carrying the ghost of fermented berries in their walls. You glance at the elder across the fire, their grin loose and lazy under drifting sparks. They pass the cup to a hunter, slouched on a log, eyes half-closed, lips twitching at some joke. Only they understand, now, that the drink's warmth coils through their belly. There's laughter here, a softness not found in stone knives or gristle scraps, a fleeting permission to forget that tomorrow's hunt might fail, that tomorrow's pit might come up empty. Someone lifts their cup and tips it toward the sky, whispering a promise to ancestors who, if you believe, the stories sipped the same sharp brew by flickering fires long before your bones took shape. A child leans into their mother's side, eyelids, heavy head, bobbing closer to sleep, with each soft burst of laughter drifting over their hair. You sip again. The cup's rim is rough against your lip, the drink biting and warm. A spark of reckless courage flits through your mind. Stories that might tumble out if you speak too freely, half-remembered rumors of raids that never happened, or a promise to follow trade trails all the way to the sea just to taste fruit fresh off the tree. Scholars today call it primitive brewing, simple, sloppy, accidental. But here now, you see how it shapes the shadows around you, loosens old grudges, sparks, shy smiles, melts bone-deep chill into a hush of easy breath. Even the night air seems softer, draping shoulders in darkness that feels less sharp, more forgiving. The cup comes back around. You cradle it like an ember in your palm thumb, tracing the rough rim. It's nearly empty, just a swirl of cloudy sweetness at the bottom. You tip it to your tongue, licking the last drop with a grin that tastes of berries and smoke and the shared hush of a clan drifting half-dreaming into sleep. Tomorrow, the pit will smoke again. The traps will snap shut or lie empty. The roots will hide or yield their lumps. But tonight, the old drink weaves you closer, hunter to elder child, to mother, rival to rival. One last promise that the cold can't have you yet, not while the cup comes back full, not while laughter curls around the coals, not while some brave fool always remembers to mash fruit and forget it just long enough to turn sour into soft warmth. You set the cup down beside your knee, lean back into the slow collapse of embers, and watch shadows flicker across tired faces. Tomorrow, there will be meat to chase, and roots to dig, and stories to guard. But for now, under this canopy of soft laughter and drifting sparks, you let the drink's warmth fade slow through your limbs, carrying old ghosts and tomorrow's secrets with it. Somewhere in that warmth, another hush begins, where flickering coals give way to a deeper glow, and the old bruised secrets slip into whispers traded by firelight. You're perched just far enough from the flames to spy without being seen. The air tastes of singed fur and wet stone carrying the faint pop of sap-filled branches burning slow. Near the embers, two figures shift closer. They're young, barely more than children, but tonight they are playing at being more. They nudge shoulders together, shy fingers grazing, as if the mere brush of skin might set the whole clan ablaze. A few feet behind them, older men mutter among themselves. They pretend not to watch, but they do, counting how many new pairings might bind this tribe tighter when winter's hunger comes scratching at the cave mouth. Some historians argue that such campfire courtship rituals strengthened alliances within a clan, ensuring that bloodlines tangled just enough to keep fighting at bay. Others doubt there was ever much tenderness here at all, just survival wrapped in soft sighs to disguise the deals being struck. A stick cracks under your foot. The girl flinches, her eyes darting into the shadows. You hold your breath. She says something, a word you can't catch, then giggles behind her palm. Her companion braves a hand to her hair, tugging a knotted cord from around his neck. It's nothing fancy, just a tiny shell drilled through the center, small but precious in a world where nothing is wasted. He slips it into her palm. Tiny tokens like this show up in burial sites thousands of miles apart, seashells traded from coastlines far beyond the reach of those who first wore them. Some scholars remain puzzled by this. Were these shells merely currency? Or did they mean more love promise or the price of a night spent under fur instead of stone? The fire pops again, louder this time, and the girl laughs to cover it. Around them, the older men shift, feigning sleep. You wonder if they were once here, too pressed close to the warmth, whispering secrets that no one else would believe. Maybe this ritual, so small, so soft, has carried every generation to the next a thread pulled through bone fire and cold dawns. Above your head, the cave roof drips from yesterday's rain, a reminder that no secret stays dry forever. You imagine the stories these stones would tell. If they could talk, how many betrayals, how many promises broken before the ash cooled. Your feet grow numb on the damp rock, but you can't pull away. The boy leans forward now, mouth brushing her ear. She laughs, then hushes him with a finger to his lips. Somewhere behind you, a child's cry rises, a sibling maybe, or the next generation waiting to learn this same dance by the same firelight. No one claps, no one cheers. These pairings are too delicate for that. They're born in shadows sealed in smoke. They live only as long as the night is kind. Some say these whispers saved clans from tearing apart, weaving webs of loyalty stronger than any spear. Others insist the embers merely cover up lies, small flames that flicker out when dawn breaks and reality returns. You stand brushing grit from your knees. The girl is tucking the shell deep into her fur wrap, now safe from prying eyes. The boy, braver now, slips an arm around her waist. She doesn't flinch. They lean in, foreheads pressed together, as if the warmth of skin could outlast the cold creeping into the cave's mouth. Outside, the wind moans through grass and bone. You shiver not from fear, but from something older, an ache that maybe you too would have lingered by the fire, trading secrets for warmth you couldn't afford to lose. Tomorrow, there'll be jealous hunters grumbling over meat scraps, rival clans, whispering in the dark, fathers questioning where new babies come from when fathers were never quite certain who fathered whom. But tonight, for now, all that exists is the hush of two voices tangled in the smoke. In the ashes, you swear, you see it hope or a lie, or just a soft promise that maybe warmth is worth the risk of a burned hand. You shift your weight on the cold cave floor, careful not to disturb a small pile of charred bones at your feet. The glow of the embers flickers lower now, but around it, tension thickens like smoke. Hunters have returned, broad-shouldered skin, painted with the mud of the marshes where they dragged down prey larger than themselves. But they don't look triumphant tonight. A hunk of roasted meat sits between them, steam rising from its torn edges. It should be enough to feed them all, should. Yet here you are, eavesdropping on words sharp enough to split the silence that usually settles once bellies are full. Two men crouch, low legs coiled tight. Their eyes dart to the meat, then back to each other's hands. One lifts his chin, mutters something through cracked lips. The other laughs, too loud, too flat. You lean closer. Jealousy is older than language, older than fire maybe, and here it shows itself not in stolen glances at a girl's hair, but in grudges scraped raw by hunger. One man spits into the dust. Another tosses a bone just past the fire's edge, daring his rival to flinch. No one moves, but you can taste the tension bitter as the smoke that clings to every fur in this place. Historians continue to debate how jealousy like this shaped early alliances. Did it strengthen the clan, forcing hunters to guard what they'd caught, share it just enough to keep grudges from spilling blood? Or did it splinter them, each sharp word driving new cracks through old bonds a child stirs nearby? A woman shushes him, pressing a cold hand to his mouth before he can whimper. He doesn't understand yet that sometimes it isn't the beasts outside the cave that endanger the clan. It's the beasts, crouched close, licking grease from their fingers and watching who eats first. The younger hunter shifts. He flicks a piece of meat toward his rival, more insult than gift. It lands in the dust. The older man watches it fall, then laughs again, but you see his fingers curl tight around the stone knife tucked beneath his knee. Farther back, elders pretend to doze. One cracks open an eye just for a heartbeat before tucking his chin back to his chest. They've seen this before. They know how a single careless word tonight might echo through winter's lean months, might decide who keeps warm by the fire and who's forced to gnaw bones on the cave's frozen edge. You imagine the sparks of every quarrel like these drifting through generations, some flaring up into grudges, others smothered before they can burn too bright. Some scholars remain puzzled by the same question that flickers in your mind now. Did these jealousies forge early codes of loyalty? Or did they simply mark the beginning of betrayal as an art form humans would perfect for millennia? One hunter stands. He wipes his hands on a strip of hide, says something you can't catch. The other stays, crouched eyes glinting orange in the last light of the coals. Neither moves to share the meat. Neither dares to turn away first. Behind you, the girl and boy from the fire still whisper. They trade promises too soft for your ears. But here by the hunter's feet, the only promise that matters is whose knife stays sharpest and who has the tribe's quiet blessing to use it if hunger cuts too deep. Someone coughs. A baby fusses. A log shifts in the coals, sending up a spray of sparks. The older hunter finally stoops, snatches the chunk of meat from the dust bites down without breaking eye contact. Grease drips onto his wrist, pooling in the dirt, like blood that hasn't yet been spilled. A dog half-tame ribs, visible under its scruff edges closer. Its eyes flick from meat to hunter to the darkness behind you. It knows the price of scraps in this place. It waits tail low for a careless drop, a loose bone. Even animals understand the pecking order. Maybe they invented it. Somewhere beyond the cave mouth, a wind sighs through grass and stone. You wonder if rival clans out there smell the same smoke. Do they gather around their own fires, quarrels hushed under the same constellations? Or do they sharpen blades in the dark, waiting for the jealousy here to crack this clan wide open? Closer now, you feel the shift. One hunter moves just enough to stand over the other. His shadow swallows the coals. A sharp word is traded too low to catch. The dog flinches. The rival rises slow, brushing dirt from his knees. For a heartbeat, you think the fight will come now, a sudden burst of grunts and fists over the last scrap of meat. But instead, they back away from each other, just two wolves, pretending to be men for another night. You slip deeper into the cave's shadows as the fire hisses lower. The young couple is gone. Maybe they slipped out through a crack in the wall, following footprints down secret paths you'll trace next. For now, you sit among the bones, and the silence, and the soft breath of a dog waiting for scraps that might never come. There's warmth here still, but only justly. A reminder that under every prehistoric romance flickers a quarrel, a sharp edge, and the hunger that binds or breaks every promise made by the ember's glow. A hush drifts through the cave after the quarrels cool. You find yourself drawn away from the flickering circle of warmth, deeper into the cracks where secrets wait, secrets that never see the fire's honest light. Here, tucked behind a stack of rough furs and half-finished spears, lovers and traitors blur together. You crouch low, squinting through the dim to spy the exchange of treasures so small they could vanish in a child's fist. Two figures kneel opposite each other, knees brushing stone slick with centuries of soot. Between them, shells, beads, tiny bones, polished smooth by countless thumbs. They slide the treasures back and forth like gamblers at a fire-lit table, except no bets are spoken aloud, no winnings declared. One whispers, gestures to his chest. The other tilts her head teeth flashing as she tucks a bead into her tangled hair. In this darkness, you wonder, are they lovers forging a secret pact, or just traders swapping favors under the noses of jealous hunters? Some historians argue these hush-hush exchanges sealed more than affection, brides bought for beads, alliances bribed with shells, traded from beaches no clan here had ever seen. Others insist this was nothing more than primitive barter romance, a modern fancy draped over a cold transaction. A drop of water hits your wrist, spring melt dripping through cracks above. You flinch, but the pair before you doesn't stir. She lifts a slender bone needle, threads it through the edge of a hide bundle, fastening the beads into something precious. Maybe it's a necklace to wear beneath her furs, a hidden promise to show when the moon is the only witness. Or maybe she'll trade it again tomorrow, passing the shell to another man with clever words and empty hands. Outside, a low whistle of wind carries rumors across the hills. Rival clans, restless wolves, cold nights waiting to swallow warmth whole. But inside, this hollow secrets bloom like tiny sparks in the dark. You lean closer and catch the glint of a tiny tooth fox or weasel strung alongside the beads. An amulet, a love charm. Surviving relics leave more questions than answers. Some scholars remain divided. Was this secrecy a sign of primitive courtship, private affection tangled up in practical survival? Or does every hidden shell hint at quiet betrayal tokens, traded behind a mate's back, deals struck with one foot in two caves at once? The man reaches out. His fingers graze her wrist. For a heartbeat, time feels soft enough to bend. They share a quiet breath before she pulls away, bundling the tokens into a scrap of leather. She tucks it into the pouch at her hip, tightening the cord with a flick practiced enough to make you suspect this is not her first clandestine trade. You shuffle backward, careful not to scatter pebbles that might betray your spying. Your shoulder brushes a rough wall, where a smear of ochre catches your eye, old markings. Fingers dipped in clay, sketching stories no one living can translate. Maybe someone drew these same shells here, once symbols of trade, of trust, of trysts that outlived their keepers by millennia. A flicker of torchlight from the main chamber warns you back. The pair splits apart, like shadows peeling from stone. He slips into the narrow tunnel behind you, feet silent on dust. She lingers a moment, head tilted, listening for a sound only she can hear. Then she too is gone, swallowed by the hush. You remain alone with the stale scent of fur and ash. You picture the beads hidden in that pouch, imagine them changing hands, again and again. What do they mean when words are scarce, but survival demands loyalty and deceit in equal measure, a question older than any love story you'll ever read? Somewhere above, the wind scratches at the cave's throat. You follow it out with your mind past the fires, past the jealous hunters, past the elders who pretend to sleep with one ear always listening for secrets whispered too close to the flames. Outside, rival clans gather in the dark, exchanging their own tokens, weighing their own promises. Maybe they too wonder if a single bead can bind two hearts tighter than hunger can tear them apart. Your eyes adjust to the faint glow that leaks from the main fire. In its center, new logs crackle to life, drawing hunters and elders back into its orbit. But behind you, The secret pact you've just witnessed hums like an ember, tiny bright, hidden in the soot. Tomorrow, it might ignite a new union spark, a feud, seal a trade route. Or it might vanish with the dawn tucked away in a pouch you'll never see again. Some secrets are worth more than a mammoth's hide. Some are worth less than a whisper on the wind. Here tonight, you found one soft enough to cradle in your palm, a fragile promise, half romance, half bargain. And whether it binds hearts or buys silence, you suspect even the embers can't decide. A quiet footstep behind you reminds you you're not alone in this watching. Somewhere deeper in the dark, another pair of eyes glints a rival, a spy, a lover waiting for their turn at the hush-hush trade. You slip back toward the warmth heartbeat, steady mind, busy with shells and secrets. Maybe tomorrow you'll wake to find the beads scattered by a jealous mate or displayed proudly on a new bride's throat. Maybe they'll vanish beneath fresh earth, waiting for some future historian to puzzle over their meaning. Or maybe tonight's soft pact will outlast even this cave's cold stone walls. You drift closer to the dying fire, carrying the weight of a secret that's never really yours. It settles in your bones like the scent of smoke in your hair, impossible to scrub away even if you wanted to. And in the hush that follows, you feel it, the hush that binds, that tempts, that whispers, that sometimes the quietest pacts are the ones that change everything. Outside the main chamber, the fire's glow fades into deeper tunnels, veins of cold rock twisting into darkness. You'd never dare wander alone. But tonight, you have secrets in your pocket shells and beads you never took, but which cling to you all the same. And so you follow footprints pressed into soft cave dust. They appear faint at first, just scuffs along the floor, where bare soles drag tiny trails into the dark. You squat low, run a finger through the cold grit. A scrap of fur catches the edge of your nail, a clue, or just a shed remnant of the 1,000 other lives that pass through these stone corridors. Either way, you ease forward, shoulders brushing damp walls, your breath blooming in small ghosts before your eyes. Not all footprints belong to the brave. Some like these belong to those who carry forbidden warmth tucked beneath hides, who slip away from the judging eyes of clan elders and the sharp gossip of jealous rivals. Here, in this secret corridor, you catch whispers, a muffled laugh, the wet smack of palm against stone, to hush a giggle that might carry too far. They don't see you. They never do. You're the ghost in their story, the quiet witness, trailing after footprints, pressed by lovers who have learned that darkness is the best cloak for betrayal or devotion, depending on who tells the tale. Some scholars argue these trysts, hidden from the fires and the frowning lines of clan leaders, helped bind clans closer in ways no ritual fight ever could. Others suspect they were cracks in the fragile order seeds of discord, sprouting under the noses of those sworn to keep the peace. You crouch near a bend where the tunnel narrows to a ribcage of stone. You hear breathing, two sets, quick and sharp. The flick of beads against bone. A hush, a gasp, then silence so full you can taste it in the stale air. One figure darts past you in the dark, a blur of fur and hair. The other lingers, pressing a palm to the cold wall as if the rock itself can swallow their secret. Above the drip of water forms a steady heartbeat. A whisper of wind sneaks through the tunnel's mouth, stirring scents of old smoke and damp moss. You imagine the pair slipping out into the night, feet soft on frost-tipped grass, breath clouding as they vanish into moon-shadowed woods. No firelight out here, just the glow of a waxing moon and the hush of predators who hunt not for secrets, but for flesh. Not every path stays secret. Some footprints betray. Elders stooped and bone-thin trace these hidden trails with sharp eyes when jealousy boils too high or alliances feel too soft. You picture them crouched here, as you are now, fingertips pressed to prints left behind by hearts too wild to settle for sanctioned fireside pairings. Some say the elders let these secret paths flourish. Better a few hidden unions than a clan torn by open feuds. Others argue that each stolen rendezvous is a crack in the stone widening with every footstep until a cave meant to hold warmth and order collapses into chaos. There's no scholarly consensus, only the echo of footsteps that always return, generation after generation, pressed into new dust. You stand stretched stiff legs. The air chills your ankles where your furs ride up. The tunnel winds on narrowing until you must turn sideways to squeeze through. Fingers trail rough stone, worn smooth by centuries of secrets brushing past. On the far side, the cave yawns wide again, a hollow pocket where no fire ever burns, but where warmth blooms all the same in quiet collisions of skin and whispered names. A faint shape catches your eye, a scrap of hide snagged on a jagged tooth of rock. You pluck it free, roll it between thumb and forefinger. It smells of sweat and moss and something sweeter, a trace of berries, perhaps stolen from the same caches meant to feed whole families when the snows come. A lover's bribe, a sweet promise, or just a snack for the road. You tuck it into a crack in the wall. Some secrets should stay buried here, layered like sediment for some future dreamer to dig up. A noise behind you, a low grunt, the scrape of a foot. You freeze, caught in the hush between trespasser and discoverer. But it's only a child eyes wide in the dim. You sees the footprints you've traced, and says nothing. His tiny hand lifts, points down the tunnel, where the hush hums louder. He knows this child. He knows these paths, and where they lead, though his own feet haven't walked them yet. Not properly. Not with the stakes that come, when whispers become promises, when beads become bribes. He slips away before you speak, swallowed by the curve of the cave. You're alone again, with the hush and the drip and the chill that creeps under your furs. You follow the footprints a little farther until they fade into loose gravel where no mark holds. The secret ends here, or maybe it just deepens, hidden in the soft hush, between stories no elder will confess to knowing. Outside, the wind picks up a cold finger, threading through cracks to remind you the world doesn't care how quiet a secret stays. Somewhere, a rival clan stirs, sniffing out betrayal or opportunity depending on which side of the tryst they stand. Maybe tomorrow, a fight will flare at the main fire over footprints, two fresh beads found in the wrong bed, a whispered name repeated too loud. But tonight the hush holds. Tonight the footprints belong to lovers who vanish into the moonlit grass, with only the stones to remember their passing. You stand alone at the tunnel's mouth, the fire's warmth far behind the cold promise of new whispers ahead. Some scholars remain torn on whether these secret paths strengthened clans weaving forbidden threads of loyalty through rival families, or if they hollowed out trust one footprint at a time. You decide not to choose. The hush holds your answer, soft secret and safe for now. You turn back, tracing your own steps through the ribs of stone, leaving behind your own hush for some future watcher to find. And if they do, maybe they'll wonder what secrets you carried in your pockets, what footprints you hid when the elders weren't looking. Or maybe they'll just listen to the drip of water and know the quiet paths always lead somewhere warm or dangerous or both. You drift back toward the main chamber, where warmth seeps from dying embers and whispers coil like smoke. But your mind is still tangled in secret tunnels and soft footprints pressed into cave dust. Here, just beyond the reach of flickering light, another hush curls around your ears. Voices not of hidden lovers this time, but of rival clans speaking truths that might keep a fragile peace or shatter it with a single careless rumor. You crouch near a split in the stone wall, a natural window cracked open to the next hollow. Through it, you glimpse two figures hunched low shoulders, wrapped in coarse furs, pulled tight against the cold. They lean close heads, almost touching breath, ghosting in thin white puffs that mingle and fade. Between them, no beads, no shells, only words traded like precious stones. They speak of another clan, a band camped just beyond the ridge, where the forests thin and the wind slithers down to steal warmth from any fool who dares sleep alone. The words come soft at first, a cautious murmur of names and gestures, a nod here, a frown there. But soon, the whispers sharpen snags of fear and desire. You catch hints: a daughter promised a son, missing a hunt, sabotaged. Secrets tucked inside secrets, like seeds hidden in the belly of a fruit no one dares to crack open. Some scholars argue these forbidden liaisons with rival clans were the true glue that held fragile alliances together. Better to bind families with hidden children than with blood spilled in open fields. Others claim the opposite, that each stolen touch, each secret vow, was a spark tossed into dry grass, just waiting for one wrong wind to set everything alight. You lean closer, your ear pressed to cold stone. One figure gestures toward the cave's mouth, where wind curls its long fingers through the dark. His voice drops an urgent hush. The other answers with a shake of the head, fists tightening in his lap. There is fear here, yes, but also hunger, not for meat, but for power, traded in dark corners. The warmth of secret hands clasped in defiance of elders who pretend such things never happen. Your breath fogs the stone, and for a heartbeat, you imagine they can see you, a ghost behind the wall, a spirit of old bones come to remind them that nothing stays hidden forever. But they don't flinch. They have practice in this hush, this ritual dance of rumor and risk. The fire pops somewhere behind you, calling you back, but the hush here holds you fast. You hear one whisper, a name, a woman perhaps, or a child carried off in the hush of a rival's arms. The other leans in his words, spilling like embers. They speak of a plan, an exchange, a promise. Not beads this time, but flesh and kin blood traded for quiet nights and safe passage through hunting grounds too barren to risk a fight. You wonder how many footprints these deals leave in the snow. How many young lovers wandering out of warm caves slip away under the moon to meet strangers who might be kin by dawn. How many elders wake at night, counting the cost of a single tryst spun into a treaty they'll never confess to blessing. There's no record of these conversations, no stone carving, no ochre mark scratched on cave walls. Just the hush, the same hush you find again and again between stolen beads, secret tunnels, footprints pressed into dark paths. The hush that binds a promise tighter than any spear until the day it breaks. One figure rises, glancing toward the gap in the stone that hides you. He speaks a final word, short, sharp, a cut in the dark. The other nods once slow, as if agreeing to shoulder a burden older than any clan elder still breathing. Then they part one, slipping toward the mouth of the cave, where night waits like an open palm, the other folding into the shadows. His footsteps, a hush, you follow only in your mind. Somewhere, beyond this hollow rival, clans watch the same stars, tend the same fires, whisper the same names. Some scholars argue these intrigues saved lives, one hidden bond, preventing 100 spears from being thrown. Others insist they were slow poisoned secrets, gnawing holes in the trust that held families together when winters grew too long and bellies too empty. You sit back the cold stone at your spine, a reminder that not every hush warms you. Some chill you to the bone. The wind finds its way through the gap, carrying the scent of wet earth and distant smoke. Another fire, another clan, another pair of eyes watching footprints vanish into snow. You stand brushing grit from your knees. Around the main fire, the young lovers you spied on before have returned faces, flushed eyes bright with the thrill of secrets kept for now. The elders glance their way, eyes half-lidded but sharp enough to read every blush, every stray hair caught in a lover's fur cloak. The hush grows deeper. You feel it wrap around you like an old skin, soft and tight. It carries the weight of rival clans trading more than just words in the dark of daughters and sons who are promises with beating hearts of treaties inked in the hush instead of blood. You wonder if any of these whispered liaisons will hold when the snow melts and the rivers swell, when hunting grounds shift and old feuds wake like bears from sleep. Maybe they'll save lives, these hushes, or maybe they'll break them. No one truly knows. Not the scholars who dig beads from ancient graves, not the elders who pretend to doze by the fire, and certainly not you, ghost in the walls, secret keeper for secrets you never asked to hold. The embers crackle. A baby fusses in a fur nest. Somewhere in the hush, another promise is made, another lie, woven soft enough to pass as truth until the thaw comes to test it. You draw back, letting the hush slip from your shoulders, stepping closer to the fire's edge, where the warmth burns off the chill of rival clans' secrets. Tomorrow, the whispers will shift again. Another pair of lovers will meet in the dark. Another hush will bind them to people who call them enemy by daylight, but family by starlight. And you, quiet watcher in the dark, will be there too, tracing footprints, listening to the hush-hold secrets the flames can never burn away. You ease away from the rival clan's hush, like a shadow uncoiling from stone, drawn back to the warm knot of voices that hum near the heart of the cave. Their old ones gather in a ring of soft grunts and muttered legend stories so old they cling to the walls like smoke. You slip in beside them, invisible again, your ears hungry for the next secret the embers will carry your way. Tonight's gossip drifts to children, tiny soft-limbed promises that bind a clan tighter than any whispered tryst or sharp-edged spear. But with each new baby comes a question older than these stones: who really is the father? The elders don't speak it aloud, not directly. Instead, they circle it in half-truths and old myths that dance just close enough to the flame to stay warm but never burn. You watch an elder, skin wrinkled like cured hide, lean in close to a boy barely old enough to stand. He taps the child's chest with a crooked finger, muttering about spirits slipping into wombs on moonless nights, about how the wind can carry a father's breath across miles of ice and stone. The boy's mother sits behind him, eyes down a tiny shell glinting in her hair, a token of a promise she may or may not keep. Historians still argue whether these tales of fatherhood were clever fictions spun to keep peace when nights grew too long and hunting parties stayed away for moons at a time. Some say the stories protected mothers and children alike. No jealous fights, no knives drawn in the hush of dawn. Others suspect they were weapons in disguise, sharpened gossip ready to slice through rival claims when food or fire grew scarce. You shift closer, letting the warmth of the elder's circle seep into your bones. One lifts a small, soot-darkened bone, part of a deer's foot maybe, or the wing of some long-cooked bird. He holds it high, turning it slow in the flickering light. The children lean in wide-eyed. The old man's voice cracks as he spins the tale the bone knows he says. It whispers names only the spirits hear. It rattles the truth into any ear brave enough to listen. A girl giggles. Another child shushes her with a poke to the ribs. You can't help but smile here, in this cold pocket of stone. A child's laugh can hush centuries of blood feuds, if only for a moment. The elder rattles the bone again. He squints at the mother, then the boy, then lifts his chin to the circle of men who pretend not to watch too closely. A murmur runs through them, like wind through dry grass relief, for some suspicion for others. Some scholars remain puzzled by how far these fatherhood myths truly reached. Burial sites hint at fathers buried beside children who may never have shared their blood, but who carried their name like a torch in the dark. Stories scratch the walls here too. Ochre lines of stick-figure men standing beside smaller shadows, hands joined in a bond no bead or shell can buy outright. You wonder what truths hide behind the hush. Maybe the elders know exactly who fathered each child. But the fiction keeps spears lowered, keeps mothers safe when winter's hunger nips too close. Or maybe the hush protects fathers themselves. Men off in the night's shadows, slipping through rival clans' hunting trails, pressing footprints into paths you traced just moments ago. The elder finishes his tale. He drops the bone into the dirt at his feet. Children scramble to grab it, squealing as it tumbles from hand to hand. The old man watches, eyes glittering with a secret only he knows. Or maybe he knows nothing. Maybe the hush keeps even him guessing each rattle of the bone, just another lie, spun to cradle a fragile piece. You ease back from the circle, letting the laughter wash over you like warm water. Behind you, the cave's deeper hollows sigh in the wind's soft push. Somewhere secret paths snake away to where lovers meet beneath the moon's eye, leaving elders to spin old tales that keep jealous hunters in check. A baby cries a soft hiccuping wail that cuts through the hush. A young mother gathers the tiny bundle against her chest, rocking slow, as if to remind the fire the elders, the jealous men here, is the future, sleeping in her arms, unbothered by stories carved into bone or whispered across embers. You drift closer, peeking at the baby's face, a scrunched knot of pink skin and soft lashes. He has no idea that his tiny lungs already hold the power to bind clans or split them apart. Someday, he'll crawl into the tunnels you crept through tonight, pressing his own footprints beside the ones you followed. Someday, he'll hear the hush for himself, maybe break it, maybe keep it safe for another night. A sharp laugh snaps your thoughts back. One hunter jabs another in the ribs with the bone toy the children abandoned. They joke about which father's name the spirits will rattle loose next. Some among them pretend to smile, but you see the glance, quick, sharp, aimed at a woman tending the fire's edge, her gaze locked on a child that looks just a hair too much like the wrong man. Scholars argue endlessly over whether these small tensions ever broke the bonds clans needed to survive. Did rumors of fatherhood spark fights that spilled blood on cave floors slick with old ash? Or did the hush These carefully tended lies and half-truths act as a shield softer than any spear, but stronger than any knot of fur tied around a lover's neck. You stand letting the fire's warmth slip from your shoulders. The hush clings to you, like smoke, a reminder that every truth you heard tonight is just another layer of ash on old secrets. Outside, the wind rattles the cave's mouth, humming the same question that hums inside your chest. Who fathers what, in a world where footprints vanish before dawn? The elder's voice rises again, spinning another myth to hush the crowd back to warmth and sleep. You slip away your mind, heavy with children's laughter, fathers who might never know, and bones that rattle stories half true at best. Tomorrow, the same hush will hold strong enough to cradle every secret, soft enough to hush even the loudest doubts. And you, ghost in the hush, will remember how the stories circle back to the same fire, the same myths, the same promise that when the wind howls too loud, the hush keeps the cold at bay. You stand at the edge of the elders' circle, the warmth of whispered fatherhood myths fading behind you as you slip back into the cave's quieter veins. A hush lingers on your shoulders, heavy as a fur cloak. You feel it even as you drift toward a darker corner where fresh furs lie piled, nests of warmth meant for sleep, but tonight they hide more than dreams. You crouch beside one such pile, rough pelts stitched together with bone needles and sinew cords. At first glance, it's just a bed, soft, practical, safe against the cave's chill breath. But your fingers brush something harder beneath the fur, a tiny bead, smooth and cold as riverstone. You lift the edge of a pelt and see them, half a dozen shells and beads scattered like spilled seeds, tucked in places only a curious hand would find. You imagine the hands that hid them there, a lover slipping a token under a blanket, a rival planting a secret to be discovered at the worst possible moment, or a child playing at secrets too big for small palms to hold. You roll one bead between your fingers. It catches the firelight, a ghostly glint that says nothing and everything at once. Behind you, voices rise, a low argument between two women near the fire's edge. You catch only pieces. Whose fur nest this is, who found what under whose blanket, who gave which gift, and why it's there at all. The voices sharpen, hissed words like sparks in dry grass. Some say these tiny offerings are pure gifts of affection, hush promises made softer with each smooth bead. Others argue they're bribes traded for silence or favor when alliances slip loose. You slip deeper into the shadows, letting the quarrel unfold without you. If you listen close, you can hear the echo of jealousy trailing after those beads. A husband's sharp question, a mother's wary hush, a rival's narrowed eyes in the gloom. Some scholars remain divided on whether these secret gifts were signs of true romance in a world too hungry for sentiment, or if they were quiet weapons, soft, pretty tools used to sway hearts that might otherwise stay loyal to another hearth. You press the bead into your palm, feel its cold promise bite your skin. A child appears at your side again, maybe the same wide-eyed watcher from the tunnels. He points to the beads, then to the argument behind you. His mouth shapes a question he doesn't say aloud. You shake your head, because what answer could you give? That love hides itself in fur and shells. That jealousy sleeps lighter than any hunter in this cave. That secrets only stay hidden when no one dares lift the blankets. The boy scampers off before you can think to follow. His tiny footprints vanish in the dust, one more path that might lead to whispered promises tomorrow. You remain by the fur bedding, watching as the quarrel by the fire flares and dims like the last embers in an old hearth. One woman storms off, clutching something wrapped tight in a scrap of hide. The other stays kneeling near the fir nest, her hands buried in the folds, like she might find more secrets if she digs deep enough. The hush is heavy here, thick as the pelts, heavier than the beads themselves. You picture tomorrow the whispers that will swirl when the elders catch wind of this. A bead found in the wrong bed can spark gossip that runs hotter than any flame. A gift misplaced can ruin a promise before it's ever spoken aloud. Some hushes bind hearts tighter. Others crack them open so wide that clans split like dry bone under a hunter's stone blade. The woman by the bedding lifts her head. Her eyes catch yours, sharp-tired, older than the stories the elders spin by the fire. She holds up a bead between thumb and forefinger. Her mouth quirks not quite a smile. She doesn't hide it. She tucks it into the folds of her cloak and stands letting the furs fall back into an innocent heap. Maybe tomorrow she'll pretend she never found it. Maybe tomorrow someone else will find another place there by careful hands, while the hush hums through the dark. You step back, your heel brushing the cave wall. A draft curls around your ankles, cool and sly, like gossip slipping through a crowd. You follow it, tracing the hush away from the quarrel, away from the bedding, away from beads that never say what they truly mean. Deeper in the cave, you find yourself at another gathering, small, quiet, just a few hunters squatting near a smoking ember pit. They talk low, sharing scraps of meat and sharper scraps of rumor. One man rolls a bead between his calloused fingers, same as you did moments ago. He laughs, flicks it at another man, who pockets it without a word. These beads change hands, so easily love tokens, bribes, favors owed. They slip from woman to man, father to child hunter, to rival, never quite telling the same story twice. Some scholars remain puzzled how so many beads survive at all, buried in graves, dropped in ash, hidden in bedding. They seem so fragile, so meaningless. Yet here they are centuries later, dug from the earth by people who argue whether they were trinkets of romance or small weapons of power. You crouch behind a stone outcrop, watching the bead circle the hunters like a tame spark. They talk of a woman's promise, a man's lie, a child that might or might not carry the right blood. Their laughter is sharp but hollow, a hush that pretends to be harmless, while claws scratch beneath it. The fire cracks. One man stands stretching long arms, bone necklace clacking against his throat. He pockets the bead, his now, for tonight. Tomorrow, it might belong to someone else. A quiet bond, a tiny threat, a secret weight in a world where every whisper matters more than the loudest shout. You drift back to your place by the wall. The hush settles on your shoulders again. You close your hand around an imaginary bead, feel its soft power pulse against your palm. Maybe tomorrow it will be tucked into bedding again, or slip to a lover under the moon's eye. Maybe it will vanish into the belly of the earth to puzzle the next historian who dreams of romance, where maybe there was only survival. You watch the hunters fade into sleep, their laughter drying into snores and soft murmurs. Somewhere behind you, the argument at the fur bedding has settled into silence, at least for tonight. The hush wins again, wrapping every secret in fur and smoke beads, tucked deep enough to keep new gossip warm until dawn. And you ghost among the sleepers, keeper of beads you never claimed, slip deeper into the hush, following its winding path through stone secrets and the soft rustle of furs that hide more than warmth ever could. You lean against the cave's damp wall, feeling the hush press into your bones, like the chill seeping through cracked stone. For a moment, the quarrels and beads drift to the back of your mind. All that fills the air now is the dull thump of fists striking flesh, low, rhythmic half hidden behind the ember's glow, and the mutter of half-asleep elders who pretend not to notice. You ease closer steps, silent over the cold dirt floor. Near the fire's fringe, two young men stand chest to chest. They circle each other in slow arcs, bare feet, scuffing ash and bone splinters. A small crowd, mostly boys, barely older than the fighters, huddle around them, eyes wide shoulders, hunched tight under their threadbare furs. The hush here is different. It hums with tension, crackling under the thin skin of forced calm. One fighter lunges first shoulder, driving into the other's ribs. The pair crash to the ground, fists thudding into arms and bellies rather than faces. Even in the heat of the scuffle, rules shape each blow. No killing, no knives. Just enough pain to settle the score, prove who deserves the glance of a girl or the whispered nod from an elder when winter's cuts run deep. Somewhere near the back, a young woman watches from behind a fur bundle. Her eyes dart between the fighter's fingers, twisting a leather cord wound tight around her wrist. A bead hangs from it, small, smooth, probably gifted by one of the two boys now rolling in the dust. Maybe both. Maybe neither. The hush wraps around her, two coiling through her hair down her spine, stitching her future to the outcome of each grunt and wince. Historians still argue over these brawls, ritual combat, or reckless chaos. Some say they were an ancient court's answer to courtroom drama grievances aired through bruises and bragging rights instead of blades and blood. Others claim they were nothing more than the boil-over of jealous hunts and secret pacts, flaring raw and fading fast, leaving just enough pain to keep rivalries quiet for another season. A sharp cry breaks through the hush, a fist catches an unguarded jaw. The crowd flinches, heads turn, but no one moves to stop the fight. You stand so close now, you can see the sweat glisten on their shoulders, the tiny cuts on knuckles earned from nights too full of words that burned hotter than any fire. One boy topples the other, pressing his forearm to the soft place beneath the chin. There's a hush, sharp as a blade, as if the cave itself holds its breath. The boy, pinned to the ground, stiffens, fists, ghost-slack eyes shift to the side, where the girl's bead gleams in the dim light. For a heartbeat, you almost expect him to surge up to break the hush with a roar and a fresh blow. But he doesn't. He exhales, shoulders sag, and the other boy rises slow, chest heaving, with a relief he tries to hide behind a crooked smile. The watchers break their circle in silence, no cheers, no boasting. One elder lifts an eyebrow from the shadows, but says nothing. To speak now would break the hush that keeps these bruises from becoming a feud the whole clan must carry. The girl slips deeper into the dark, clutching the bead, tight enough to leave a dent in her palm. Some scholars remain puzzled by these half-fights. Were they performances meant to soothe tension, or sparks meant to flare, just enough to stop the whole cave from burning? Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe that's the hush's only rule. Let the fists speak, just loud enough to quiet the words that might break the clan apart for good. You follow the victor as he limps toward the fire's edge, shoulders stiff with pain and pride. He drops to a squat near an older man who flicks a scrap of meat his way, a silent reward, or maybe just pity disguised as supper. The hush hums again, soft voices praising his strength, while sharp eyes measure the bruises blooming across his collarbone. Tomorrow, someone will whisper that he fought for love. Someone else will say he fought for pride. By the next fire, a child will swear he fought because the spirits demanded it. None of it will be true, and all of it will be true, The hush stitching lies and facts together until they're too tangled to tease apart. You slip away from the fire's heat, drifting to the cave's edge, where a crack in the stone lets in the breath of night. Frost laces the ground here, silver veins threading through dirt, and old bones left from meals eaten by people long turned to ash. You crouch low, tracing a finger through the frost. You wonder if tomorrow these bruises will matter, if the girl will still wear the bead or tie it to another wrist when the hush shifts its weight to a new lover's shoulders. Somewhere beyond the cave, mouth rival clans test their own hushes. Boys scuffle in frozen clearings, fists thudding into shoulders under moonlight, while elders pretend the frost hides all sins. Maybe the hush is the same everywhere, fist to bone, bead to fur, secret to secret. Just enough pain to remind everyone who owns whose promises tonight. You stand and watch your breath fog the night air, thinking of the hush like a net cast wide across this ancient world, catching secrets, bruises, beads, and whispered vows in knots too tight to cut loose. The victor's laugh drifts your way, a soft bark that breaks too quickly into a cough. A rival spits into the fire, a quiet promise that the hush will crack again when the bruises fade, and you ghost in the hush, turn back to the warmth. The fight is over, for now. The hush holds for now. The beads wait tucked into fur bedding or hidden in clenched fists, waiting to bind another promise or bribe another secret free. The fire crackles soft as a heartbeat. Somewhere a jealous lover pulls a blanket tight, checking for beads hidden deep. Somewhere a bruised jaw aches under gentle fingers. Somewhere another hush waits to split wide open at the next sharp word. You settle beside the cave wall again, spine pressed to cold stone heartbeat, steady as the hush slips over you like a second skin. It hums in the silence between the fire's pop and the wind's sigh, reminding you that here fists and beads speak the same language, soft, sharp secret. Tomorrow, they'll fight again. Or they won't. The hush will decide, and you, ghost witness secret keeper, will be here when it does. You let your eyes flutter half closed as the hush of bruised fists fades into the softer murmur of the elders' voices. The cave has settled again, as it always does, secrets tucked under fur grudges left to smolder like coals buried in ash. But not all warmth comes from lovers or fights. Some warmth, if you can call it that, spreads like wildfire through gossip carried on the lips of the old ones who pretend they're above such petty things. You drift closer to a knot of elders squatting near the embers. They lean in so tight that the fire casts their whispers in long shadows on the walls. One coughs, spits into the dust. Another rubs cracked knuckles' eyes, darting to where young mothers pretend not to listen. Here rumor is currency cheap, to spend impossible to reclaim. You sink to your haunches behind a scatter of dried reeds stacked for tomorrow's fire. The talk drifts your way in bits and pieces, who broke a vow, who was caught creeping from one bedding nest to another, whose beads turned up in the wrong pouch. The hush holds these rumors like a parent holds a knife-soft grip at first, then a twist when no one's looking. A brittle laugh cracks through the low voices. One elder, his hair knotted tight against his neck, leans closer to the circle. He swears he saw the girl with the beads slip away while her mate slept beside the fire. Another elder grunts, picks a strip of meat from his teeth, mutters that he heard the rival clan's name tangled in her hushed promises. The third, silent so far, just snorts, squinting into the coals, like the answers might flicker up if he watches long enough. Historians who puzzle over ancient clan life often stumble on the same stone were these whispered betrayals, true scandals, or stories told to tighten the leash when clan bonds stretch thin. Some say gossip was the elder's sharpest spear, quiet patient more reliable than any young hunter's blade. Others argue it was a smokescreen noise to cover up deals made behind cave walls where no bead ever shone and no footprints ever lasted past the next thaw. You watch as an elder leans back, picks up a charred stick, and draws a quick shape in the dirt. Two figures align between them, a single dot that could be a bead a child or a lie, no way to tell which. He smudges it out with the heel of his palm. The others nod, as if this answers a question no one dared ask aloud. A woman nearby shifts her back, turns shoulders, stiff under a pelt. Patched so many times, it looks like a quilt of old debts. You catch her eyes just once as she glances over her shoulder. There's a flicker there, anger maybe, or the ghost of a smile. It's gone before you can decide. She stands, drags her pelt tighter around her hips, and melts into the dark where no hush can follow. The elders don't watch her go. They lean in closer, voices low as cave wind. You hear scraps talk of who might be exiled if rumor grows too big to bury under bones. Talk of who should carry word to a rival clan if peace needs stitching back together with a new bride or a traded child. Exile. Bargain. New vows forged where old ones rot in silence. The hush here is so thick you feel it cling to your skin like damp fur. You wonder how many stories these walls have swallowed, how many vows once whispered by the same fires ended up ground into the dirt by a rumor's sharp heel. Some scholars say the gossip that flickered through clans like this was as much survival tool as the spearhead and the fire starter. A whisper could break a fight before it began, or spark one, or bind two enemies so tight they'd choke on each other's secrets before they ever picked up a blade. An elder scratches his ear with the stick he used to draw the doomed pairing. He chuckles, but the sound is dry thin. He looks over his shoulder, just once to the shadows where the woman vanished. You think you see something in his eyes, regret maybe, or just hunger for the warmth of secrets he can never keep for himself. A log shifts in the coals, sending up a spray of tiny sparks that die before they hit the dirt. You watch one flicker out beside a scrap of bone, a child's toy, once maybe now, just another ghost story for a hush that grows fat on old bones and half-buried truths. Beyond the circle, a boy kicks at a heap of skins where he's meant to sleep. He's too young to know how deep the hush runs, but old enough to taste its salt at the back of his throat. He catches your eye, then ducks his head, curls into the skins, tries to look small enough to be ignored by the next rumor that creeps through these stones. You stand bone stiff from crouching so long. The elders don't notice. Or maybe they do. Maybe they pretend not to see the ghost at the edge of their fire. You wonder what rumor they'd spin if they did a spirit come to tally their lies, or just another hush, too stubborn to stay buried under ash. You slip away into the dark footsteps soft where the firelight dies. The hush follows. Of course it does, curling around your shoulders, warm and cold all at once. You feel the weight of every vow broken in the dark, every bead lost in fur bedding, every rumor traded for warmth when winter made hunger the only god worth fearing. Somewhere deeper in the cave, another circle of whispers hums to life. New gossip spun from old bones, old grudges dressed up in fresh fur. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's a lie. Maybe it's both or neither. That's the hush's magic. It doesn't care who's right. It only cares who's still awake to hear it. You pause by the cave wall, press your palm to rough stone. For a heartbeat, you imagine the rock itself hums with every secret it's held. Then the feeling slips away, swallowed by the hush soft as a mother's shush, sharp as an exile's final footstep on frozen ground. You turn back to the embers. The elders' shadows flicker against the wall. One laughs a dry crack that makes you shiver. Another coughs. Another starts a new story with the same old line, "Did you hear?" And the hush sighs wide and endless, promising that no secret here will ever truly sleep. The hush holds you like a breath held too long tight in your chest as you drift from the circle of gossiping elders into another corner of this endless cave. Here the air feels thinner, colder. You follow a narrow passageway where a single flicker of torchlight spills like a vein of gold down damp stone. The passage opens to a small hollow, carved by hands and time, a hollow meant for things nobody wants to see in daylight. At the edge of this chamber, you stop. You see them, a pair of strangers crouched low over a bundle, not of beads or bones, but of flesh and hair, a child, but not theirs, not by blood, not by the hush of hidden vows. The boy squirms wide-eyed but silent, wrapped in pelts, too big for his tiny shoulders. One figure tucks the fur closer, murmuring a wordless sound that echoes off stone like a promise you're not sure they can keep. You lean against the wall, listening. Here words matter less than gestures. A hand brushed over matted hair, a nod from one stranger to the other, slow, uncertain, yet heavy as a stone dropped in a still pond. This is adoption in a world where survival chews the weak first. Some say it's charity. Some say it's duty. Some say it's just the hush's cleverest disguise. Take in what another clan casts out. Bind a child's loyalty tighter than any bloodline could. You shift your weight, careful not to let your shadow fall too far into the hollow. If they sense you, the hush might slip. And you've seen enough tonight to know some secrets hold only when no eyes watch too close. The older figure, a woman by the shape of her hunched shoulders, hair straying from a tight braid, pulls a small pouch from her belt. She loosens the cord. A bead slips out. She presses it into the boy's palm. He stares at it like it's magic. Maybe to him it is. Maybe that bead is proof he's more than a cast-off mouth to feed. Maybe it's a promise that he'll sleep warm tonight, tucked between two people who might one day call him theirs. Some scholars argue adoption was common among these clans, an unspoken agreement that no child should freeze if another hearth had food to spare. Others claim it was rare, a gamble only the desperate made when their own children failed to thrive, when a rival's loss became a stolen gain. There's no neat answer. Only bones buried beside bigger bones, a child's skull beside an elder's, a shell necklace strung around both. You crouch low closer now. The hush here is softer than gossip, quieter than jealous fists or secret paths. It's a hush of hope, thin as it is. The man, if you can call him that, more boy than elder, lifts the child, shifting him into the crook of an arm. He murmurs something you can't catch his voice, a cracked reed in the cold. The woman nods again, shoulders tight, as if afraid the hush might shatter if she breathes too loud. The child's eyes close, lashes flickering like moth wings. He drifts against the man's chest. One small hand curls around the bead, holding it like warmth itself. A promise wrapped in a pebble, a new bond tangled up in an old hush that says, "You are ours now, as long as the fire stays lit." You wonder how many stories begin this way, an orphan folded into a clan that doesn't speak his name too loud, until the hush decides he belongs. Some tales say these adoptions save families from dying out, when disease or bad hunts thinned bloodlines to a whisper. Others hint they sparked feuds when jealous uncles or rival fathers whispered the child's true origin too close to the fire, unraveling the hush with a single careless word. Outside this hollow, you hear the elders' gossip still drifting. A scrap of laughter, a cough turned sharp by the cave's cold. But here none of that can reach the boy, cradled in strange arms. Here, the hush shelters him, like a mother's hum, low and steady, old as firelight on stone. You shift back spine, brushing cold rock. The woman's eyes flick your way, just once, sharp as a blade's edge. She knows someone watches, but she doesn't call out. She only tightens her grip on the boy's bare foot, tucking him deeper into the furs. The hush holds. For tonight, it's enough. You stand and slip away boots, silent on grit. Behind you, the child settles deeper into borrowed warmth. Maybe tomorrow he'll forget who held him first. Maybe the hush will keep his secret so well that no one will ever say he wasn't born to that fur, that bead, that quiet promise of a place by the fire. You ease back into the main chamber. The gossip dims here, replaced by the low murmur of a lullaby. Another mother, another child, the same hush pressed into a different shape. You find a seat on a worn slab of stone near the fire's rim. Your bones creak, your breath fogs in the air that smells of smokeskin and secrets half buried under fur. Somewhere close, a man clears his throat. He spits into the fire, flicks his eyes toward the hollow you just left. You catch the glance, quick, suspicious. He mutters to the hunter beside him. Words coil between them like steam. Who is that boy whose blood runs under that skin? Should he have stayed outside, left for the wolves? The hush hears it all but answers nothing. Scholars puzzle over these scraps of rumor, these soft adoptions buried under stones and old ash. Some say they show the clan's heart proof that even in the harshest winters, no child was truly alone if the hush wrapped him tight enough. Others suspect the opposite, that each adoption carried a hidden debt, a secret favor owed that might be called in years later, when the boy was grown and strong enough to swing a club or hold a secret under his tongue. You close your eyes, the hush curling warm around your shoulders. You think of the boy, bead in hand, tiny promise pressed to his chest like a heartbeat he doesn't yet know how to guard. You think of the woman's stare, flint hard and bright as a spark in the gloom. You think of the man's cracked voice shaping the hush into a name the child might answer to when the snows melt and footprints bloom in the thaw. Outside, wind rattles the cave's lip. Tomorrow, another hush will slip loose, another secret traded like a bead in a fur nest, another vow whispered over a child who never asked for any of this. But tonight, here in the hush's soft cradle, a stranger becomes family. A cast-off becomes a son. A tiny shell becomes proof that sometimes the hush gives more than it steals. And you, ghost pressed to stonekeeper of all things unsaid, watch it all settle into the fire's flicker, knowing the hush never ends. It only shifts shape. You sit so still by the fire's rim that the hush forgets you're there. The gossip dims. The low chant of lullabies drifts deeper into the stone belly of the cave, until all that remains is the soft rustle of furs and the faint crackle of embers chewing dry wood. You might drift off yourself, if not for the figure that slips through the shadows, now a woman whose feet make no sound on the grit and bone underfoot. You notice her first, by the way others don't. She passes hunters, half asleep near the fire elders, nodding over old myths, children burrowed in pelts. No one lifts their head. No one calls her back. But you see her. You see the way her eyes flick to the dark passage at the cave's side, an opening barely wide enough for one body to slip through without waking the hush. You stand. You follow. You have to. There's something in her step that says, this hush carries a promise older than any whispered vow or secret bead. You keep your distance as she melts into the stone's narrow throat, the tunnel's walls closing behind her like a mouth. Damp air brushes your cheeks, carrying the musk of wet moss and the iron bite of hidden streams. She pauses where the tunnel forks two paths, snake away into deeper dark. She turns her head, listening, though, for what you can't say. The hush here has no voices, only the drip of unseen water, and the dull thud of your heart trying not to echo off the walls. She chooses the left path, shoulders squared, chin lifted, like a promise to no one but herself. You know suddenly that you're watching a wife who wanders, not stolen, not traded, not coaxed by beads tucked under bedding or whispers slipped across rival fires. No, she's unspooling herself from this clan, like thread from a worn cloak, quiet, clean final. Some scholars argue that such women were rare, most wives bound to hearth and hunting ground by babies on hips and furs to mend. But every so often, they say the hush opens a seam wide enough for a single woman to slip through and find the cold night easier than the warmth of a fire she no longer trusts. Some stories claim they carried clan secrets in their bellies, stitching rival lines together in ways no elder could predict. Others say they simply vanished ghosts before death, hush wrapped tight enough to erase even their footprints. She reaches the tunnel's end, where stone opens to night. You stay hidden, just inside the cave, mouth breath, pressing against your teeth. Outside, the world gleams under a thin sliver of moon. Frost crusts the grasses. An owl's low call rolls through the hush, a single note of warning or blessing, you can't tell which. She stands there a moment, wind pushing her hair forward like dark water. She lifts her arms, wraps her fur tighter around shoulders still strong enough to carry her away. In one hand, you see it a small pouch, heavy with something that clinks like beads or shells. A gift from a lover, a bribe for safe passage through rival grounds, or just the last scraps of her old life carried because old ghosts weigh less when you spread them out on cold ground, far from any watching eye. She steps forward, feet sinking into frost that bites her bare ankles. She does not shiver. The hush shivers for her. It sighs through the stone behind you, through the dry grass before her, through the thin trees that stand witness but never speak. Somewhere behind you, the clan sleeps on one hunter's arm. Draped over an empty fur nest, he'll find cold come dawn. One elder's mouth shapes a lie he'll share at first light when someone asks where she went. Some say these women wandered to start new clans, seeds carried on feet too stubborn to stay still. Some say they found only wind and hunger, their bones buried shallow under snow that forgets names quicker than stone does. You wonder what she hopes for out there, another fire, another hush, a new bead slipped into her palm by hands that won't bind her in gossip and grudges. Or maybe she hopes for nothing at all. Maybe freedom tastes better than warmth when you've wrapped yourself in too many hushes that never truly belong to you. She pauses once at the tree line, turns her head just enough that the moon catches her face, sharp, tired, unafraid. She doesn't see you. Or maybe she does, and you're just another hush she's leaving behind. She steps forward again. The frost holds her footprints for a heartbeat, then swallows them whole. You stand there until the hush folds back in. The tunnel behind you breathes soft and slow stones, sealing secrets back into their ribs. You imagine the elders tomorrow, heads bent, close voices dripped like warm oil into young ears. She was stolen, they'll say. She was tricked, lured away by rival lies. Better to blame ghosts than admit the hush sometimes slips its leash and walks away on two bare feet. Somewhere in the dark, the owl calls again. The hush answers with silence, a promise that no footprint truly vanishes, even when the wind tries its best to erase it. You step outside for a breath, the frost gnawing your boots, the hush pressing against your throat like a secret you'll never quite spit out. You picture her moving through the woods, now beads clinking fur, brushing cold bark. Maybe she'll find another cave, another fire. Maybe she'll carve new myths in stone that remembers her name when this clan chooses to forget it. Or maybe she'll melt into stories that drift down the generations, another wife who wandered another hush that refused to die. You step back inside, leaving the night behind. The hush seals the passage like a stitched wound. By dawn, only the empty fir nest will tell her story, and you ghost in the hush, witness to footsteps, and frost will carry her memory like a bead in your palm, warm for a while, then gone. You slip back from the cave's mouth into the flickering warmth that never quite chases the hush away. The night wind still claws at your ankles, but the ember glow softens it, smudging the edges of secrets that would howl too loud if left alone in the open dark. Closer to the main fire now, you settle near a knot of shapes, bodies huddled together, not for sleep, but for something harder to hold, the soft murmur of power whispered from one pair of lips to another. These aren't the jealous hunters brawling over scraps, or lovers huddled under fur. These are the couples who learn early that a warm embrace can shape a clan's bones as surely as any spearhead. You watch them. You watch him, broad-shouldered scar, cutting his brow in a crooked arc. You watch her eyes sharp, under hair, braided with beads, too fine to be tokens of mere affection. They sit close knees, touching heads, dipping together over a half-eaten haunch of meat. When they speak, the hush shifts, leans in, listens with the same hunger you do. Some say such power couples rose from chance, two warm bodies finding each other near the fire and never drifting apart again. Others suspect more design than fate, elders nudging hips together under the watchful hush, planting promises in the soft dark that new babies would bind clans tighter than any handshake or trade deal ever could. The man's hand rests on her knee. His thumb draws slow circles through worn fur. The gesture is gentle, but the eyes that flick toward the circle of elders promise something sharper. You lean closer, catch snippets of their hushed exchange, a cousin in a rival band who needs to be convinced, a child almost old enough to marry off a neighbor's jealousy that could become a spear or a ladder, depending on who whispers in whose ear next. They laugh then low, soft, perfectly rehearsed. To anyone watching from a distance, they're just another couple trading warmth against the cave's cold ribs. But you see the angle of his shoulder shielding her lips. You see the flicker of her eyes past him, searching the circle for any threat that might lean too close to hear the truth behind their hush. Some scholars wonder whether these unions truly bent the clan's spine in new directions, or if the hush only makes it look that way in the old bones we dig up. Were these power couples architects of politics, seeding alliances and debts in the dark, or just ordinary lovers who woke one morning to find a small kingdom in their laps, too fragile to drop, but too heavy to hold alone? You ease back a step as the hush thickens around them. She plucks a bead from her braid, presses it into his palm. His mouth quirks in something like a smile, though his eyes stay cold as flint. He tucks the bead away in the small pouch at his hip, a promise, a bribe, or just another weight for tomorrow's hush to measure. A child stirs nearby, snuffling in a fir nest. The woman's eyes flick that way, softening just enough to remind you she is still mother as well as conspirator. The man glances too, lips moving in a shape that looks like a blessing, but tastes like strategy. The hush tightens these new bonds, made not just in the warmth of furs, but in the cold tally of who stands where when the next rival clan sends runners across the frozen valley. You wonder how many hushed nights like this birthed more than children. How many births carried secret alliances on tiny shoulders, debts owed before the first cry echoed off stone. Some say these couples carved the cave's politics with nothing more than a smile at dawn and a quiet deal at dusk. Others argue the hush swallowed them too, same as any jealous hunter or wandering wife smothering grand plans in gossip before they bloomed into anything sharper than rumor. The woman shifts now, pressing closer to her mate. Their knees touch again. The bead is gone, but the hush hums louder than ever. Her fingers trace the scar on his brow, as if reminding him how fragile a power built on secrets really is. His hand covers hers, gentle enough to look like love, firm enough to remind her which side he stands on when the hush splits open, and someone must choose between warmth and whispers. A log breaks in the fire behind them, sharp crack that snaps a few heads up in the dark. But they don't flinch. They lean in closer. Their hush holds. You catch another scrap talk of an elder who must be convinced to bless a new bond of an old rival's child who might soon sleep under this roof if the hush is strong enough to bind feet to stone. You drift back your own shadow, flickering against the cave wall. Near your elbow, a young hunter squats gnawing meat from a bone while pretending not to watch the couple's soft power at work. His eyes betray him, sharp, curious, hungry, in a way no scrap of meat can satisfy. Tomorrow, he'll carry what he thinks he knows to someone else. The hush will shift again. The couple knows it too. That's why they whisper so soft, knowing every ear pretends to sleep, knowing the hush leaks from every mouth that's ever tasted secrets before dawn. Somewhere near the tunnel mouth, the wind slides through like a reminder that the world outside this fire is colder than any hush could ever be. You wonder if the rival clan sleeps easy tonight, or if their own power couple huddles by a different fire, pressing beads into calloused palms, promising the same warmth to different ears. You slip back into the shadows, the hush curling around your ribs. Tomorrow, these two might stand beside the elders, nodding solemn, while gossip about a wandering wife or an adopted child distracts the clan from the real trade happening just behind the circle's blind side. Or maybe they'll fail their hush, torn open by a careless word, a bead dropped in the wrong fir nest, a promise overheard by a child too young to keep secrets. The hush decides always. Not the beads, not the bones, not even the embers that burn so low they seem almost dead until a single breath stirs them to flame again. You press your back to the cave's wall, eyes half closed, listening as the power couple's voices drift back to whispers too soft to carry. Somewhere in the hush, a future is already shifting shape, born in the flick of her braid, the curl of his fingers around a hidden bead. The warmth they share, that's equal parts love and leverage. You drift off before they stand, Or maybe they never do. Maybe they simply sink deeper into the hush until even you can't tell where power ends and promise begins. The hush feels thicker now, like fur matted with old smoke and new secrets. You slip sideways along the cave wall, deeper into the place where light pools thin, and stories grow teeth. The power couple's whisper is gone behind you, swallowed by the steady crackle of the fire, and the soft sigh of elders pretending to sleep with one ear pricked for fresh rumors. But ahead, the hush shifts shape again, coiling tighter around a circle of bent backs and bowed heads that mark the oldest ritual this cave knows: judgment hidden behind stone. You pause at the archway, where a slab of granite divides warmth from cold. Beyond it, you see them, 4 elders huddled so close their knees almost touch. They lean over a pit scraped shallow in the floor, its sides lined with old soot and broken bone. No blaze here, just the ghost of flames long gone ash cold under bare feet. One elder lifts his head eyes, flicking toward the shadows, as if he feels you. He does not speak. His fingers drum on a knee knotted with veins. Another dips a hand into the pit, pulling up a charred scrap that might once have been fur or flesh, or just a relic kept to remind them how decisions stick to blood and stone forever. You crouch low, careful not to shift the hush too loud. You listen. Their voices scrape against each other like flint over dry moss. A name passes from cracked lips to cracked lips, one you've heard tonight, already drifting through gossip by the main fire. A woman gone. A child found. A bead discovered in the wrong bed. Some say these secret judgments kept clans from tearing each other apart when open punishment would spill more than just words. Better to settle betrayal in whispers than spears. Others argue these elders were gatekeepers, not of mercy, but of power, deciding whose hush was worth saving, whose secret needed burying, whose footprints should vanish into the frost without a trace. The oldest among them speaks last, his voice so thin it barely ruffles the hush, yet it slices deeper than any hunter's blade. He says the name again, then another 2 tangled like roots under hard soil. His eyes lift to the stone ceiling, as if the cave might answer back. The others murmur, heads nod. One scratches a mark into the ash with a blackened stick. You see it, a swirl, a crooked line, a notch that means banishment or binding or forgiveness, depending on how the hush holds by dawn. One elder leans back on his heels, bones creaking. He lifts his hands, palm up, gestures wide, as if gathering the hush to weigh it like meat on a scale. He speaks of protection of shame that must be kept soft enough not to split the clan's skin. He wonders aloud if the hush tears, now will it open the door for old rivals to slip in and snap up warmth, like wolves sniffing blood under snow. The others grunt agreement. One flicks his eyes toward the archway. For a moment, you think he sees you, ghost in the stone ribcage watcher at the door. But his gaze drifts past, settling on the dirt floor, where old footprints fade like promises made under the wrong moon. Some scholars claim these secret judgments were primitive courts, justice born in flickering torchlight and sharpened by rumor's blade. Others argue no justice lived here at all, only quiet protection for the powerful and cold exile for the unlucky. No stone tablet survives to swear which is true. Only these charred pits and the hush that hums in your ear long after words have dried on elder tongues. The oldest elder draws a breath so deep it rattles in his ribs. He dips 2 fingers into the ash, lifts them to mark the stone wall behind him, a dark smear that joins a dozen older marks, each one a hush kept, or a hush ended, or both. They stand together, then knees, creaking shoulders, brushing as they circle the pit once more. One mutters a blessing, words rough as stone, soft as an old wound. Another adds a threat disguised as prayer, that those who break the hush again will find only cold stones for shelter and wolves for company. The hush listens. The hush remembers. You draw back into the passage, feeling its chill bite your neck. The hush here is so old, it tastes like iron on your tongue, bloodstone, fire smoke. You know these secret judgments won't echo through the open cave tonight. They'll drift out, slow slipping, from an elder's mouth, to a hunter's ear, to a mother's hush, to a child's whisper. By dawn, the clan will know, but not know enough to speak it out loud. A soft sound behind you. You shift, pressing deeper into shadow. A boy, barely more than bone and knotted hair, pads down the passage head, lowered eyes wide. He sees you, but does not startle. His gaze slides past you to the archway where the elders stand, framed in the half-dark. He hugs something tight to his chest, a scrap of fur maybe, or a bead he shouldn't carry. He listens. He learns. He will carry this hush forward his tongue, tied by fear or promise or both. Somewhere beyond this stone knot, the power couple curls closer by the fire. The jealous hunters flex bruised arms in their sleep. The wandering wife presses her feet through frost that swallows secrets one step at a time. All of them held tight by the hush, the elders stitched tighter, tonight threaded through judgments no torch will ever fully light. You push off the wall, leaving the boy behind. The hush hums around him, older than his heartbeat, older than the elders' cracked bones. When he grows, maybe he'll kneel here too, voice rough as stone, deciding which hush stays buried and which must break open so the clan can breathe. You step back into the larger cavern. The hush breathes with you, soft, patient, half smoke, half shadow. It will outlive the elders, outlive the beads tucked in bedding, outlive the footprints that vanish with every snow. It will coil itself around new bones, new secrets, new names scratched into cold ash by fingers that have forgotten yours ever lingered here at all. For now, though, you stand in the hush, watching firelight kiss the low ceiling, feeling the stone at your back, the old judgment dust on your tongue. You know the hush is both promise and threat, warmth and exile, protector and jailer, always waiting, always listening, always deciding who stays and who slips away. And you ghost against the stone, breathe it in like you were born here, like you never left, like the hush has always belonged to you too. You drift from the hush of secret judgments back into the wider belly of the cave, where the hush changes shape again, thinner, sharper, edged with the brittle crackle of dawn clawing at the cave mouth. The embers at the main fire sag low, half buried under ash. A hunter rolls in his sleep, muttering into a fur that's not his alone. A child whimpers, soothed by a mother's thumb, brushing tears into the hush. But you know the hush never holds for long. Sometimes it splits under a blade, or a careless word. And sometimes, like now, it cracks open with the sound of feet scraping stone, and a voice trying to stay soft, but slipping sharp anyway. Near the cave mouth, you see them two figures, standing just where the pale line of dawn tries to sneak past stone and fur. One shouts in a hush that wants to be a roar. The other shakes his head, voice stuck in his throat like a bone no hunter can swallow. Between them, a woman cloak, drawn tight eyes, down hair pulled rough from sleep or tears or both. They stand in a crooked triangle exile shape if you've ever seen one. She lifts her face, once meets the taller man's eyes. He looks away too fast. The other spits words that sting even when you can't hear each one. betrayal, shame, hush broken so badly that no judgment circle can stitch it shut again. Some scholars claim exile was the harshest hush of all, an unspoken sentence that drifted from gossip to decree without ever crossing a single elder's lips. No blood spilled, no spear lifted, just a dawn like this one where feet shuffle through frost and soft eyes pretend they don't see. You step closer to the cold seam of wind knifing through the opening. You watch the woman's shoulders rise as she tries to square herself against the hush, turned sharp enough to cut skin. A bead slips from her grip, a last token dropped or thrown. It lands in the grit near the taller man's foot. He doesn't bend to pick it up. Maybe it was his once. Maybe it was never his to lose. Behind them, a few watchers stir in the gloom, silent shadows pressed flat against stone, pretending to sleep. One lifts a fur, just enough to peek at the exile in the making. A soft murmur. A child whimpers again. The hush spreads fingers over every open mouth, pinching words shut before they grow teeth. The woman shifts one foot, edging into frost, the other still on the cave's skin. For a heartbeat, you wonder if she'll turn back, drop to her knees, beg the hush to cradle her one more night. But she only lifts her chin eyes narrow, like the edge of a scraper, cutting hide from bone. She says something you can't catch, soft, final shaped like goodbye, but sharper. The man who shouted shakes his head. He points to the snow. His hand trembles. You know, this is how it's done, no grand speech, no ceremony. Just a hand pointing away from warmth, a hush that changes shape from secret keeper to door slamming shut. Somewhere deeper in the shadows, an elder clears his throat. One sound, a soft anchor, to say, this is done. This hush is sealed. This exile is law no one wrote, but everyone knows how to obey. The woman steps forward, the frost crackling under her bare feet. She doesn't flinch. The taller man says her name just once. She doesn't look back. He stoops at last, scoops up the bead, holds it loose in his palm, like a tooth he's not sure how to bury. Some scholars remain. Torn did exile, keep clans whole, when betrayal festered too deep to cut out clean? Or did it plant seeds for old feuds to sprout again, far from the fire's reach? A hush driven into the night never really dies. It waits, gnaws, finds new tongues to speak through when the snow melts and the footprints come home wearing new skins and sharper stories. The woman slips into the dawn. The hush softens behind her. Closing around the empty space, she leaves like water swallowing a stone. No one moves to follow. No one calls her back. You stand where her footprints begin, watching them fill with drifted frost. Somewhere under those prints is the warmth she carried, promises that won't burn here anymore, gossip that will find new breath by tomorrow's fire. The taller man kneels, presses the bead into the snow. Maybe it's a vow that died too early. Maybe it's a wound he hopes the cold will stitch shut. He wipes his hands on his furs, turns back inside. The hush greets him like nothing happened. Like the night didn't split open to spit out one of its own. Behind him, the watchers slide back into sleep. One hunter shifts closer to the embers, mumbling in his dreams about a fight long done or one yet to come. An elder scratches a mark into the dirt with a charred stick, just one line quick and clean. A hush recorded without words. You step back, letting the hush settle over you again, like fur drawn tight to keep out the wind's bite. The woman is gone. Her footprints blur into the snow's soft breath. By nightfall, someone will whisper her story with a tilt of the head and a flick of the eyes toward the cave mouth. By the next thaw, they'll say they never knew her at all. Somewhere beyond the ridge, she'll find another hush, another cave, another circle of fire that might keep her warm or spit her out the same way. Maybe she'll wear the old bead on a new braid, promise the same secrets to ears too young to remember where her hush first broke. You stand where the frost laps at the stone, feeling the hush press your skin, promise and threat tangled together like sinew binding a spearhead to wood. The hush knows how to forgive. The hush knows how to forget. The hush knows when to exile what no mouth can bear to speak aloud. Behind you the fire crackles. The clan curls tighter, dreams heavier, now that one hush has been sent to freeze beyond the ring of warmth. And you ghost in the hush watcher at the door, know the exile's hush will find its way home someday, one way or another. You slip back inside. The footprints fill behind you, soft and silent. The hush drapes over the cave like an old pelt now worn thin, where too many secrets rubbed against its fur, patched in places where elders' whispers tried to stitch fresh hope into torn seams. But tonight, in the hush's deepest fold, you find one last ember of warmth, new bonds, where old ones cracked and spat sparks into the frost. You drift to the far end of the main chamber, where the ceiling dips so low you must bow your head to enter. Here the fire is just a dull glow behind you, its smoke curling lazy patterns across rock, scored with claw marks and charcoal scribbles older than any face still breathing here. Inside this pocket of shadows, you see them a pair, sitting so close, their foreheads almost touch eyes, locked in a hush that hums softer than breath. They are young, too young, some would say, to carry the weight of vows on shoulders, barely broad enough for fur. But the hush doesn't care how old you are. It cares only that you dare to feed it something fresh, when the old bonds snap and rattle in the dark. One of them, a girl with hair braided rough and laced with a single shell, draws her fingers down the boy's wrist. She traces lines there, as if writing a map, only they can follow. He smiles, but it's a thin thing, stitched at the edges, with fear he tries to swallow before it escapes his lips. Between them lies a scrap of hide, flat smoothed with careful palms. On it, 2 beads and a tooth strung on a strip of sinew. Not much to bind a life to another, but enough for the hush to nod its head and say, "Yes, try again." Somewhere in the cave's wider hush, rumors of betrayal and exile still cling to stone. The woman who stepped barefoot into frost. The bead pressed into snow, like an apology no mouth dared speak aloud. The elder's mark scratched quick into ash. But here, where this new bond hums, those rumors are just shadows at the edge of the fire. These two sit wrapped in something older than any gossip, the need to belong when the cold wants to pry your ribs apart. Some scholars claim this is how the hush survives itself. New vows spun where old ones die gasping in the wind. If a bond cracks, let the hush feed on fresh words, fresh footprints pressed into cave dust where old trails fade. Others argue it's all the same hush, endless and hungry, gulping down names and beads and promises, only to spit them back out with new faces when the frost cracks the same old bones. You settle on your haunches just inside the shadows. You watch her lift the tooth of foxes by the shape and press it into his palm. He cups it like a coal that might scald him if he holds it too long. He leans close forehead, brushing hers, and whispers something the hush keeps for itself. Behind you, the fire sighs a few old bones popping under soft flame. Farther off, an elder coughs, maybe dreaming of the judgment pit and the marks he etched there before dawn. But none of that touches this new hush blooming here. It's as if the walls lean in to cradle these two, to promise them their secrets will stay safe, at least until the next thaw. You shift your knee, brushing a line of old carvings scraped into the wall at your side. Shapes of figures holding hands, lines crisscrossing their feet, circles above their heads that might be suns or beads or the hush itself made visible in old ochre and soot. You wonder who carved them, some pair, who once pressed a tooth and two beads into each other's palms the same way. Did they last? Did they drift apart? Did the hush swallow their promise so deeply that no bone scraper or flint blade could cut it loose again? The girl tilts her head, pressing her cheek to the boy's. He flinches, at first, then breathes out a laugh, soft and raw. She murmurs something you can't catch. He nods. You think of the footprints left by the wandering wife the boy adopted in a hollow, where the hush hummed gentle as lullabies the bruised fists of jealous hunters cooled by dawn's frost. All that breakage, all that heat woven back together here in two foreheads, touching in a scrap of hide that might hold this clan's warmth just long enough to see another winter through. Somewhere behind you, the hush stirs as if turning over in sleep. A child cries in its dreams. An elder coughs again, rougher this time, a reminder that even the oldest hush frays when breath grows thin. But here, at the hush's soft heart, new threads are being knotted. One tooth, two beads, two young voices shaping promises old enough to make the cave sigh in its stone sleep. Scholars puzzle over how much these tiny unions really mattered. Did they hold clans together when famine prowled the hills? Did they splinter them further when secrets slipped into rival caves on bare feet? Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe the hush doesn't care. Maybe it just wants warmth to cradle a while before the wind howls it cold again. The boy closes his fingers over the tooth. The girl presses her palm to his fist, sealing it there with a hush so deep you feel it hum under your ribs too. They stand together, awkward, shy shoulders, brushing, as they gather the scrap of hide, the beads, the promise they'll carry to the fire, where jealous hunters and sly elders will pretend not to notice. But they'll notice. They always do. You follow them at a distance soft as breath, hush coiled tight around your shoulders. When they step back into the main cave, the hush shifts, ripples through gossip, flits across old eyes narrowed in the glow. Some see new trouble. Some see new hope. Some see both and say nothing because the hush likes it best that way. They settle near the fire's rim, side by side. The beads disappear into the girl's braid. The tooth slips onto a leather cord at the boy's throat. No words now, just the hush, warm enough to wrap them like fur for a while longer. Maybe this bond holds. Maybe it snaps. But tonight, here by ancient embers, the hush accepts the offer, new warmth for old wounds. You slip back into your place near the wall, a ghost tucked inside stone. You know the hush never ends. It only shifts its weight from one promise to the next patient, as frost soft as fur, sharp as a tooth, if you listen too close. And you keeper of footprints, watcher of whispers, cradle for every vow traded in the dark, breathe it in one last time. The hush hums, the fire pops, the new bonds curl tighter, and the cave sleeps on. And so, in the flicker of embers, in the soft hush that never quite sleeps, the cave cradles every secret it's ever held, each bead tucked in, bedding each tooth, pressed into a palm, each promise made at dawn's edge when frost gnaws at bare feet. Tonight, you've traced whispers through cold tunnels, and warm firelight spied on jealous hunters, and wandering wives watched power coil inside soft embraces and sharper gossip. You've felt the hush shift sometimes, a shield, sometimes a blade always hungry for new secrets to cradle in the dark. May your own hush tonight be gentler. May sleep find you, the way the fire finds old bones, softening sharp edges, warming what the wind would steal away. If these ancient shadows follow you into dreams, let them whisper only the gentlest secrets, that warmth can live inside the coldest caves, that the hush can hold more than fear, and that tomorrow's embers wait to glow again when you're ready. Sleep well, secret keeper. Dream deep. The hush will be here when you wake. Good night.